Right, and we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Favorite Sports. Apologies for the delay, bit of technical issues.
Um, to be
Yeah,
too
well,
big.
good luck telling Jesse Krill is what gets you through. There's a
Yeah.
certain both camps are. Yes, that was up the road. Taking to the Irish guys, Paul O'Connell, the forwards coach, gave a press conference, as did Calvin Nash, and very, very relaxed. Paul O'Connell, actually, I mean, it's a very cool press conference that's come up on the channel this morning. He was asked about the Rassie Erasmus media antics, and he said he actually made a good joke. He said, "Well, in all fairness, if we had won the World Cup, people probably would also be asking us to come on podcast, but nobody wants to speak to us." So. Which I thought was not wrong, but it was good of him to acknowledge that basically he's like, well, these guys are gonna have to do a lot of media because they've won a World Cup, and he said that credit to Rusty. He said the life of a head coach is so hectic. He says you got to try and find a way to make it fun, and he does do the media, and he enjoys it, and he's really good at it. So it was quite funny how he sort of played it off because we all get so, and world rugby, the world sort of media gets so obsessed with the Rassie Erasmus media stuff, and so many fans hate it, and you've got the Irish guy going, he's good at it, whatever, it's fun. So interesting that they played it off there. Rassie Erasmus, if you haven't watched that press conference yesterday, could not have been in a better mood. Have you heard the joke about the Sharks that he made?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. No. Sharks men taking up their positions, and they all went underneath the poles, having conceded or lost 8 games on the trot.
Yeah.
It's
So
unbelievable banter from him. And the only person who could probably say that while sitting next to
Eben
Evan Etzebeth.
Etzebeth. Yeah, exactly. Even made a bit of a chirp about how much money Eben makes. So it's been a very interesting environment because it has been so relaxed. We are obviously quite early in the week. Be interested to see how things sort of go. I've got Andy Farrell on tomorrow evening, which is going to be fun, and then obviously see Kolisi's one dealer stick show on Friday. So, look,
And
the it's definitely ramp.
you have if you're a world champion and haven't lost in a while, right? Like
Yeah,
imagine Warren Gatlin now going up to a press conference off the back of 8 losses with
and talking
Wales
about
and
how bad the flipping like the Dragons were this season, dude.
yeah.
He probably would, to be fair, but he would do it in such a different way. He'd be like, "Look what I'm dealing with. I've got this shit team that can't win
Yeah.
like more than 2 URC games, and now you're expecting me like to beat Australia away. Like, come on, Alex."
Yeah, his isn't sarcasm, unfortunately.
But John, I think it's gonna be. I mean, look, I mean, yesterday SuperSport dropped a whole hype video that the Springboks in collaboration with the Springboks about the whole new rivalry. Um, it's been interesting. I'm very
Yeah,
interested to
the
see.
zombie tour, hey Stevie.
Yeah, the zombie tour, which I want to chat a bit about because there's a couple of articles where the Irish fans have warned in inverted commas South Africans not to sing the Rassie song, and it's a very interesting scenario because it's a bit like the singing "Swing Low Sweet Chariot" in the England stadium, and people sort of say that it's not very appropriate to sing these days. So a lot of the Irish fans are quite upset by the taking of the song "Zombie," which they sing and turning into Rassie. The reason being that there are quite a lot of sort of cultural associations with the zombie and the relevance about that and
Yeah, there
it's
was
an interesting.
it's a protest song against a bombing that happened, I believe, from the Irish Armed Forces in the
Yeah,
conflict between North and Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and there were 2 people that died in these
two
bombings,
children,
and two
two
children that
children.
died in
Yeah,
these bombings, and the song is um, kind of an ode to that. And I mean, Ireland rugby in of itself is, I think, the only Irish sport where Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland actually play
mm,
together, which is why they sing their national anthem is like Ireland together standing tall because it's a testament to both countries kind of coming together. Um, and yeah, as you mentioned, the kind of the sweet low or swing low sweet chariot is also got some different historical kind of background.
mm,
The reality is, I just don't think. I think it's gone past that stage, unfortunately. And the only way I see it not happening, because I know the fans will sing it. I heard it in Twickenham last
the
weekend,
Rassie
or
song as opposed to zombie itself.
the Rassie song.
Yeah,
I saw it. I heard it just being sung by the crowd,
yeah,
with no prompt whatsoever. So that's going to happen with no prompt whatsoever. Whether they play it over the big speaker
yeah.
and maybe some powers that be, kind of relay a message to be like, listen, we're not going to play it. Um, I imagine it is going to get played, though. It absolutely is.
Yeah, I don't think especially the Loftus DJ has come under a bit of fire lately. I don't think he's got quite um the I don't think he's clued up enough to understand the potential ramifications of it to not play it. It'll be one of those things that'll definitely get played. It's an interesting situation, isn't it? Look, to be fair, there has been criticism even for the fact that the Irish fans sing it and that it has become a bit of a rugby anthem, which sometimes some people are saying sort of trivializes the meaning of the song. My controversial opinion is I don't particularly like the Rassie song because I've just heard it so many effing times. Going around France and like every single bar to this to that coming back and every single bar and it gets sung, so it's just been
You
sung to
say
death.
that, but then you've
Ugh.
had 2 pints, and then all of a sudden, it's impossible not to sing.
Well, we'll see this weekend. I think
Yeah.
if Ireland do go out and hammer us, maybe we might not be
Yeah,
singing it
I
for
think,
much
listen,
longer.
the winner earns the right to sing the song, right? I, I I think the song is going to be sung regardless. Like you can, you know,
You're certainly
pay.
not stopping the South Africans from singing it. Put it
Yeah,
that way.
absolutely. You absolutely aren't, and I think there's maybe an acknowledgement of like its significance, but everyone's saying, well, like this is being sung, it's been sung for a long time, and or it's more that it's just picked on and it's become bigger than than the song itself,
Yeah,
and it's almost like this is how we defend Rassie,
yeah.
this the Messiah himself, and this literally, every single Springbok fan in Loftus does view Rassie as exactly that. So it's going to be hard to persuade him otherwise, but. Stevie, let's quickly get into the lineups and or what's been announced for the weekend. We don't
Mm.
have the Ireland team. We do have
Well,
Rassie
we do have the
Erasmus
Ireland team.
predicted.
Yeah, I was about to say we've got the Ireland team that Rassie Erasmus is expecting. And to be fair, everyone's talking about like he's the genius. He's predicted the Ireland team. If you do believe that, then you haven't been watching Ireland because a 5-year-old could predict that Ireland team. One thing about Andy Farrell is that he does not adjust to other teams. He's got his 23, and we basically can pick it.
He also, yeah, I mean, he also
He's
did
it's
this versus England at the semi-final of the World Cup.
yeah.
He also predicted their team. It's not unlike
I
him,
prefer
but
the
yeah,
England prediction was more fun because then they were still sort of playing around with what's going to happen, for example.
yeah.
Whereas
No
this
one
Irish
had leave
team,
England. Yeah,
it's not. I mean, Andy Farrell's not going to suddenly put Dan Sheehan on the bench this weekend and be like, "Oh, that's a big one," and like he's not going to suddenly bring Josh van der Fleer off the bench and be like, "Oh, that's like a bomb squad." Like we know what the Ireland team is going to be this weekend. The
and
only call inverted commas is going to be Craig Casey or Conor Murray to start, but I think it's inevitable Craig Casey will start because he's the closest to a Jamison Gibson Park alternative.
I also think it's quite funny because I think it's a bit of a spite at all other coaches just to show them how much flexibility he has and how he never picks the same team twice really. We did see some consistency, and this team is probably the most consistent one we
Yeah, I
saw.
was about to say because
But
at the same time we've also picked the second most experienced team ever.
yeah,
So it's not like there are a lot of. I mean, there's not a lot of new faces this weekend. There are
but
some,
even even
but
even that even the fact that we picked the most experienced team, there are still surprises in there.
I
Let's
mean, surprise on the bench. I think the only surprise in the starting lineup is was going to be Bongi or Malcolm to start, and he was going to be at 8.
Yeah, well,
You know, after,
let's get into it, Stevie. We've got Box Bongi and France on that front row. As you said, Bongi selected to start over Malcolm, which was the inverse during Wales. Then we've got Eben and Franco Mostert in the 4-5 combination. We've got 6 captain Sia Kolisi, as we predicted a couple of weeks ago. So we are unbelievably glad to have him back, and just can't wait to hear the reception that he gets just back in South Africa. It's going to be huge. And then at 7, Peter Steph du Toit. 8 is the big one in Kwagga Smith, retiring from the bomb squad and now into the starting lineup. It'll be interesting to see how many minutes he gets through. 9, 10 is the classic Faf 100 Pollard combination. And then the back line is as normal as it gets. Curtie Arendse coming back miraculously quickly from that cheekbone injury. Then he's paired up with Cheslin Colby at 14 on the other wing, with Willie Leroux at the back, coming in, having just off the back of that URC final, and then the centre pairing, which is going to equal the record of Jean de Villiers and Jacques Ferry, and Jesse Kriel and Damien Dealindi in 13 and 12.
I'm not
Stevie,
sure I'm
let's
ready for. By the way, I'm just on that. I'm not sure I'm ready for there to be a centre pairing with more caps than Free and De Villiers.
it's
That's quite
wild.
emotional for me.
It is, and
That was
also,
my childhood.
and even if Lucanio was picked
Damien.
with Damien Dealindi,
Then they would have
the
equaled
two
it.
would have gone ahead.
So the
I
fact
mean,
that
just
that Jacques and Jacques could be down to third within a matter
yeah,
of like 3 or 4 tests is also
yeah,
again
that's wild.
it's a pretty emotional one for me. Those were my boys.
Yeah, no, that's just like peak 2009 book
Yeah,
supremacy. Jacques Varese is just what a guy, what a player.
yeah, the largest chest in rugby.
Yeah, yeah, and the best try I've ever seen scored for any Springbok. Stevie, let's jump straight into that number 8 discussion, and the big one is that Evan Roos has been left out, who's the natural 8 that everyone saw replacing. Obviously the retiring Dwayne Vermeulen and Jasper Wiese, who is on you know, on a suspension right now because of a tip tackle. So he's not going to be playing at all this series. Evan Roos is the natural 8. Obviously, Kwacha has played a lot there. He played there a couple of weekends ago. But that is the biggest surprise, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it is, but I think at the end of the day, we have to have a breakdown threat. We've got to slow down that Irish ruck speed. And I think there's two things. I think slowing down the Irish ruck speed from a breakdown point of view, when you don't have Malcolm Mark starting, you need that fixture. You've also got no Stephen Kitsoff. I think that's made a big difference. So you don't have him as an extra fetcher because you all know, I mean, despite being a prop, he's one of the best fetchers in that team.
Yeah.
The breakdown's going to be incredibly important. It's been mentioned in the various press conferences, for example. It's why you've got a Markov starting on the bench as well. Instead of going for somebody like a Ben Jason Dixon, for example, who's maybe a bit more versatile, or going with an Evan Roos as a natural 8 replacement. So, yeah, I also think that, Evan Roos I think he had a decent game against Wales, but I think he had a very non-Springbok 8th man game in terms of that. They always talk about their battle stats and that being more than just running 50 meters with the ball and making line breaks. A number 8 for the Boks always characteristically carried very strong into contact. Been very reliable under the high ball, for example. Usually and hitting a lot of rucks and wearing down opposition. And Evan Roos is a very different type of 8 from that. He loves to be in around the fringes, for example, loves to get himself into a bit of space, and I think that it'll be the rucks, and also I think the massive thing for Kwagga Smith is his defense, his scramble defense. This Ireland team, it's going to be such a nerve-wracking watch, and we've seen it before because they are going to break our line several times this weekend. That's going to happen. With their attacking shape, the way they play the game, they will be breaking our line several times, and having that sort of scramble defense is going to be massive, and that's where somebody like Kwagga Smith comes into his own. He's got so much pace around the park. It is interesting not having a genuine replacement for him. He's the only one there who, is a genuine 8 option. He's played once there this season for Racing.
Yeah, you could probably slot in Markov and Staden if you wanted to. But yeah, as you said, not a genuine 8, but I mean, we have seen this is what. And what's interesting is even Evan Roos actually started playing a bit of 7 this year. And
we've seen Ulrich Lowe, for example, play 7 and 8. We've seen Pepsi playing 8 and 6. Evan Roos actually playing a lot at 6 as well. So we've seen all these guys sort of starting to play in different positions because we all know that, especially in the Springbok side, versatility is what gets you through. There's a certain Sasha Famagomazulu in that number 23 jersey who is there. I want to say simply there, but he is there because he is a utility player. If it was just a case of wanting a fly-off on the bench, it would have been Monty Liebach.
Yeah. No, exactly. And let's get into Sasha because he has jumped the gun and become that extra. There's always the scrum off, and then there's one extra who is going to be that extra person. It has been Money before. Sometimes it's been Villy. When usually it was actually, I think it was Villy at the World Cup.
But only if Damien Williams is starting.
Only if Damien Williams was starting. That's what I was going to say. Obviously, Damien being injured now, Villy slotted naturally to that 15th position. And there is that extra space on the bench. Sasha being able to cover 10, 12, and I guess 15 and any of the wings. So it's literally just 9 and 13 that he probably could play 13, I guess.
It's probably
Um,
9.
Probably play 9 as well. And the big one is also goal kicking responsibilities. If Andre does go down,
Yeah.
or if he's the one to get subbed, he can take those on, and we know how good of a goal kicker he is. So, I think having both of those in to be so versatile, but also then to have that X factor thing on top of that to say, oh yeah, but I'm also like an 80% goal kicker. That gives a lot of
Yeah.
good reason for someone like Rassie to put his faith in you. So props to him. He had only about 50 minutes in that Wales game to make a point, and he made that point enough to be able to earn the start 20 match day 23 versus Ireland, which I think very very few would have predicted.
Yeah. No, I think and it's so cool to see. I mean, we obviously know that this kid is special. And you listen to an interview, for example, and you can't not like him. But I think it's interesting how many people have freaked out by the lack of youth and experimentation that we're doing, which also, by the way, blows my mind. This whole thing of, yo, but we're basically the 2019 team. We've got all this depth. We're going to see it. There's so many players not getting capped. Am I the only one that wants to like win this weekend and like beat Ireland twice? And everybody's like, yeah, but this is the team that like been since 2019. I was like, oh, so the team has won 2 World Cups and the British and Irish Lions series. They can't be that shit if
Yeah,
that's the
we,
the history,
we did.
you know?
Yeah, we spoke about this I think at the end of the last World Cup, in that it's interesting to see who makes the next World Cup cycle, and is that's why like there was even like there are a lot of question marks about a lot of these players and are they going to make it. You just like Eben, Franco Sia, and Peter Steff and France, and Bongi, for example. That's 2 to 7. They all may or may not make it to the
Yeah,
next World Cup, but they all could, and they're all world class players. So
yeah,
if they are fit, they will be picked, but we just don't know whether they'll be fit because they'll be at an age where they're probably getting more injuries, and
yeah,
maybe form starts dipping as well. But all things considered, they will stay well. But one thing that Rassie has said is that the difference between, I think, previously is he's always gone and said it's all about World Cups. And he said that recently I'd way rather win, 2 World Cups in the
mm.
British Irish Lions series than, and then lose 3 other games.
Which
But
I've actually
yeah,
got a video coming out on my personal channel, which is a bit of a gripe I've got moving forward, because I think that
but
that's something that we need to change.
but they have alluded to that as well, and
Mm.
wanting to improve, I think, form between tournaments as well, and to win a couple rugby championships. There's nothing I want more now than just a bloody rugby championship, because it feels
Yeah.
like we only win it when it's like some shortened version of it,
Hmm.
and then we're celebrating in Argentina.
Yeah. And I think we talk about the great All Black side, that sort of 2011, 2017, and they collected every bloody rugby championship going, and all the Bledisloe Cups and the 2 World Cups, and I think that everyone's saying, yeah, but we win the World Cup, which is what matters. And my attitude is, but we're good enough to do both. We're good enough to be competitive in between World Cups while still contending and winning potential World Cups. So I do think we're going to see more sort of integration. But why must we press reset for the biggest match against Ireland, arguably ever? In terms of being a proper, genuine grudge match, an Ireland side we haven't beaten for many years. Why throw the baby out with the bathwater? I mean, we've
Yeah,
still
like,
got
what are you
players
gonna just
like
drop Peter Steph?
exactly, and you're just going to say to Pollard, well, you're actually done because we need to see the new fly halves, and you're going to
Yeah,
go and throw France Mahova away. I mean, you've still got players who very easily make the next World Cup in an Oxenshire, a Kirkley Orange, a Jesse Creel, off the
yeah,
bench, Malcolm Marks, Kieran Steenekamp, Simon Murat, Archie Steven, Grant Williams, Stefan Gomez. There's still a good 10 players who definitely make the next World Cup, which is almost half a team,
which is why we also have a 39-man squad.
which is
Like,
actually a 46-man squad, as he
yeah,
says. When they're going to Durban, for example, Sia Masuku, Intuku Tunu, they will come and train with the
yeah,
Box because they're based in Durban.
yeah. So,
So,
we've seen signs, particularly from the Wales team, of kind of who the next gen is. I'd say the biggest worries are probably in the middle of the park, actually in 12, 13, because we haven't had anyone else. We mentioned, Dylan, Jesse, and Lucanio. Lucanio's still got time and he's got years, but and the others are don't look like they're slowing down at all. But I think if they were to be
Yeah,
too
well,
big,
good luck telling Jesse Crew the way he looks that he's old.
yeah, no, I
At
mean
30 years old, I mean,
he is
for me, he'll be around the next World Cup.
laughably
This,
yeah.
and I think
I
what
think
also,
he'll end up with 100 caps
yeah,
for the
well, I
Springboks.
think also what people also mistake is just because the guy's been around doesn't mean he's necessarily old. Somebody like a Malcolm Marx easily makes the next World Cup. Andre Pollard makes the next World Cup. Jesse Krill makes the next World Cup just because
They're
they've
also
got
debuting at 21.
exactly. We forget how young some of these guys were when they started.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, that's like saying, for example, we take Sasha Fine Gomez to the next World Cup, and then, at 29
West
years old, you'd be like, okay, well, you need to be moved on because we got to go find a 21-year-old now. And you think
yeah,
about Dwayne Vermeulen and the rugby he was playing last year at, what, 37, 38 years old.
yeah,
Dion
yeah.
Free and the performance he put in. I'm sorry, Johnny Sexton last year. There are players who are rewriting, what
Will
it's,
peak their powers.
I mean, Sam Whitelock and Brody Retallick playing last year at, I don't think, one of the oldest combinations ever and still one of the most dominant. So
Well,
I know, I think you get far too obsessed with age. I think this whole sort of bidding players at 30 is wild for me.
let's jump into then the big one in that we've obviously chatted about Sasha, but now also Gerard Steenkamp. He's been brought in. This is, I feel like, his first
This is a test.
massive test.
Yeah.
Real
I think came off the bench against Argentina in Argentina, in a game which he kind of was more like an obligation game. Like,
yeah.
we have to go over there and play it.
So that I think that's very exciting. I'm excited. Also, obviously, a big island pack as well. They are dominant. They are physical. So he'll be joined by Vincent Koch on the bench. The main man who we've spoken about previously, who seems to get a nod in without many questions or man of the match performances, Salman Murat.
Yeah.
The
That two locks on the
unquestionable
bench.
Salman Murat. It's a case of in Rassie we trust at this stage
Yeah.
because we have no reason to we haven't seen any form to show that he's like as good as anyone else, but we know he's absolutely massive. He's a good jumper. He's capable.
We
But
know of the talent. We just haven't seen it really materialize in consistency.
yeah,
You know.
and unlike others, he gets to earn himself that spot whilst wearing green and gold. But it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, two locks in him and Achis Neyman coming off the bench. That means Franco Mostert will probably shift to the flank in place of probably Sia, and then Sia coming off, or Mark van Staden potentially starting in for Peter Steff as well. Stevie, also, he did allude, to be fair, that this might change. And another classic Rassie move that there've been a couple niggles, so this might change to a 7-1. There's rumors that Cheslin might still not be 100%. What do you think the possibilities of those are?
Well, it's an interesting one, especially talking about the fact that Cheslin might not be fit because Cheslin was the one that kind of enabled that 7-1 split because he was going to be slotted into number 9 if we were to go that when we went that route for in the final. So the weird thing for me is that if it's Cheslin that's the doubt and we then go to 7-1, that would then mean starting Grant Williams on the wing. Now, would you start Grant Williams on the wing ahead of an Edwin van der Merwe, for example?
No.
I personally wouldn't.
No.
For me, it would make more sense if they said, Villi's a bit of a risk. But even then, like, what are you going to do? Start Sasha and have just Ace come off on the bench? Yeah, so it's a weird one for me to sort of allude that there could be a 7-1 possibility because I think, Chase is somebody that unlocks that idea of a 7-1, unless they are genuinely thinking about Grant Williams, or else you starting like a Sasha and just having Ace come off on the bench. So it's a bit of a weird one for me. I'm a bit confused as to how that might work.
Anyways, let's speculate no longer, but really looking forward to that.
Hello, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has announced his team to take on Ireland this weekend, with the big news being Sasha Gomezulu will be part of the 23 after being named on the bench. A 6-2 split. Bomb squad time it is for the Boks against Ireland at Loftus. Kickoff at 5 o'clock. And Sia Kolisi back to captain. Andre Pollard back with the keys at 10 and set to be an absolutely seismic clash. Some big news is Kwaka Smith starting at 8. No Evan Hurst, for example. Gerard Steenkamp will get his opportunity as well. Malcolm Marx forming part of the bomb squad. A very experienced side and a side which I think has all it needs really with regards to a mixture of experience and your sort of BMT and physicality at the works. Basically, I think it needs to beat what is a very, very good Irish side. Let's get into it, shall we? So in terms of the starting lineup, this is how we do line up. In the front row, it is Recheka Baditwe, Ox in chair, next to Bongi Minambi and Frans Malherbe in that starting front row. Yesterday when I did my predicted team, I had Malcolm Marx to start. I wondered if they might be a little bit worried about his fitness, and they always like to sort of be able to remove a player rather than sort of put him on if that is the case. But he will form part of the bomb squad. We have seen this combination of Bongi Minambi starting, Malcolm Marx coming off the bench quite a lot in the last sort of 4 or 5 years. So nothing too much to panic about there. The expected lock combination of Eben Etzebeth next to Franco Most, an incredible amount of experience in that tight five. In fact, Bongi Minambi being Oxenchera being the only one to have fewer than 50 caps. After that, it is Bongi Minambi who's the least most experienced with 69 caps rather. So it shows you how experienced that tight five is. Speaking of experience, how's this for Sekulisi, Peter Toy, and Kwagga Smith getting the backing over there? Sekulisi, 83 caps. Peter Toy rather, 78 caps, and Kwagga Smith with 41 caps. It's not great news if you're Evan Ruiz, for example, who had a chance to show what you're about against Wales, doesn't make the 23 against Ireland. So had a chance to, I think, have a bit of an inside go at that number 8 jersey, but I think has fallen down the pecking order, evidently, given the fact that they are backing Kwagga Smith, who has become such an important part of the Springbok team. I'm not massively surprised he's starting. He has been used so effectively off the bench, but I think it's all about battle stats, and he just has it all, doesn't he? He hits so many rucks, he carries the ball so often, he's so good with the scramble defense, and I think that will be a very important part. Ireland do play such a good attacking brand of rugby. They do look for those line breaks. They play so much off 10, off the shoulders, for example. Having that pace in Kwagga Smith to help with that sort of scramble defense is going to be massive this weekend. Faf de Klerk partners Andre Pollard. It's always an interesting one, isn't it? How many people always ask for Faf de Klerk to be dropped. I never understand it. He started 2 Rugby World Cup finals. He's always been at the center of that block defense, for example. I think he's absolutely superb. I think he is up there with the all-time greats. Very, very sure. I mean, a lot of people don't like sort of the box kicking, which is an instructional thing. So I've always questioned the criticism, to be honest. Andre Pollard at 10, as expected. It's experience, it's BMT, it's good goal kicking. It's very interesting to see how he'll play. Tony Brown yesterday speaking about the fact that at under 20 levels, he was so dominant on the game line and a sort of attacking natured flower half. We'll all remember that sort of try assist he had, where he chipped over the top of the midfield, regathered, looked ahead, had no other options, put it to the boot, grabbed it towards the left-hand side to be finished off and in that team that won the under-20 championship. So that is what Tony Brown wants Andre Pollard to go back, something sort of going back to his roots. And we've seen glimpses of that when he's been at Leicester Tigers. And I think it's an exciting thing. I don't think people need to take it as an insult, the fact that I think he's moved away from that, because it's not like it's going to affect his goal kicking, for example. It's not going to affect his defense, which we all know is rock solid. But if we can get him to play a little bit more expansively, for example, then it opens up the entire team. The back 3, Ches and Colby, Currie, Villiers Roux, notching up his 94th cap. Once again, I think that back 3 was pretty much set in stone. If there was going to be a potential injury to either Currie Lawrence or Ches and Colby, I think Edel van der Merwe would have slotted in. I don't think I've had any issue with him. And then Damon Delende and JC Creel, I think will set a record, or tie a record at least, for the most capped Springbok midfield ever. I think they're around about 29 starts together in that midfield, and it's the midfield that won us the World Cup last year. Off the bench, this is your bomb squad. Malcolm Marx, Gerard Steenekamp, Vincent Koch. Interesting to back Gerard Steenekamp. They've gone with a genuine loose head, as opposed to Trevor Nyakani, Thomas Toy, who are sort of swing props. They've gone with Steenekamp, who's had a really solid season for the Bulls. He is the most inexperienced player in this, him and Tashifumi Gomezulu have only got the single cap. So we're interesting that he is being backed. And then they've got Marcel Murat, Archie Snyman, and Marco van Staal. So that's sort of classic 2 locks and a flank type of option over there. It's interesting, Marcel Murat is somebody a lot of people have questioned how he's always continued to be in the Springbok setups, despite maybe not always impressing for the Stormers. A lot of that due just to match fitness, to be honest. He just hasn't played enough in the last few years, but he's always been highly rated by the block management, and he will form part of that Bob squad, a genuine number 4 sort of tight head lock type of option for the Boks. And they got them welcome start, and I think that's obviously a lot to do with the breakdown. Could have looked at an Evan Lewis, for example, but I think they're looking at slowing that breakdown down. Malcolm Marx, obviously, such a great fixture as well, so I think that's going to be an important part during the last stage of the game. As expected, as Grant Williams off the bench, he does tend to be the option. Brings on a lot towards the other stage of the game, can up the ante, but I think an underrated part of Grant Williams' game recently has been his tactical kicking. I think he has improved so much on his box kicking, which is obviously such an important part. And then the exciting Sasha Faimengobazuli does get the backing as well, proving how versatility is key in the Springbok setup here. The fact that he covers 10, 12, 15 makes him so, so valuable to the box. He is the genuine Damian Willemse replacement. If Damian Willemse was fit, probably have him starting at 15. You'd probably have Billy on the bench. That would probably be the case. But very interesting to see, for example, if Sasha Faimengobazuli comes off the bench, where will he play this weekend? At 10, at 12, at 15. We'll have to wait and see, but I think that's, for me, is an exciting thing to look at. Let's look at the record against Ireland. We have played 28, 118, lost 9. We have drawn just the 1. However, recent history, we've not beaten Ireland in a very long time. In fact, since they last toured here, I think it was about 7-8 years ago these days. The average score is 19-15. We have a 64.2 win percentage, which has been dropping a lot. Our biggest win is 38 points to 0. I'll be very surprised if that is the case this weekend. How's this force of experience? Only 2 players in the forward pack, Oxenchair and Quacker Smith, have fewer than 69 test caps, of which Quacker Smith is less than 10 away from bringing up his 50 himself, and Oxenchair 2 away from getting up to that 30 mark. Only 1 player in the back line has fewer than 30 test caps in Currie Arendse. Only 3 players in the team were not members of the Rugby World Cup winning squad, which are Sasha Faimengobazuli, Sal Murat, and Gerard Steenekamp. Villaroo needs only 6 test caps after Saturday's match to join the select club of Springbok Centurions. The test caps for the Springbok starting lineup is 966, the second most experienced team ever selected by South Africa after the 987 cap side for the Rugby World Cup final last year. That's simply Dwayne Vermeulen versus Quacker Smith. There are 403 caps in the back line, with 563 among the forwards. On the bench, there are further 182. The average caps per player in the back line is 57, the forwards 70, and with the players on the bench averaging 22. Experience on experience on experience, and class. Proven players. And, a lot of people have been talking about, no, it's time for the youngsters. No, it's not. It's the time to beat Ireland. That's what this 2-match series is. I want to beat Ireland. I want to win the Rugby Championship. Then we can look at youngsters for the Autumn Nations series and look at rebuilding. But even then, Sal Murat is a new player going to be involved in potentially the next World Cup. Gerard Steenekamp, a new player going to be involved in the next World Cup, potentially Sasha Faimengobazuli. So we've already, in trying to win this massive 2-test series, we've got 3 young players who are part of the next generation. Currie Arendse, for example, is part of the next generation. Grant Williams is still a very new player, is part of the next generation. The pack, obviously, a little bit older, but Malcolm Marx, Bongi, and Manambi could probably both potentially have another World Cup in them, for example. So, yeah, there are definitely places where we're going to start bringing in youth, but for me, I want to win this 2-match series. And why wouldn't you? Let me know what you think of the team down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you.
How's it, guys? How's it, Rassie?
Hey.
It's finally here, match week, Ireland. I don't think, there'll ever be another rivalry like we have with the All Blacks, but this is shaping up to be quite a one. How's the feeling?
Yeah, the feeling is like when we play the All Blacks and when we play big teams. I think the rivalry is more from the media side as from ours. I think sometimes maybe they don't 100% understand our South African sense of humor, while we try to find something funny in anything, even when it's going bad. And sometimes it gets quoted out of context. Just take the Simon Zebo as an example. I mean, the guy phoned me and he says, it was in a podcast, an old podcast, having a few beers, and he made the crack, and he said that. And he said, I know I'm repeating myself, but just to take the last part of I say, let's spice it up. That's also that's South African humor, saying it back to Simon. So yes, they're number 2 in the world. They've beaten us last time. We don't see ourselves as the underdogs. I don't think they see themselves as the underdogs, and I think you'll see two teams on Saturday really desperate to perform for their countries.
Rassie, in terms of selection, how difficult was it in certain positions like fly-off and other positions?
Yeah, difficult is almost it's almost a bit of a privilege, you know, if you have guys out like Jean Klein and Loot and Hanekom, and there's so many youngsters that we also could have, where the Bulls went really deep, that we could have selected Damian Willems, those kind of guys. But yeah, then you go down and you see, okay, but I think SA Rugby's structures is working in terms of bringing youngsters through. I just look at our under-20 captain currently. I think he's probably one of the guys that can play in the next 2-3 years. And like, I know he's not a lot of loose head, but he's like Oli Leroux type of player, or Ostorant, who can come through very early. And I think Jan Wessels should have been one of those as well. Yeah, so look, at the end of the day, they can only play 23. And Ireland's country that's much smaller than us. Although people like to compare 60 million to 4 million, not all 60 million play rugby in South Africa, and not all 60 million follow rugby, you know. So, but the way we have depth currently certainly showed us after all the injuries that we are on a healthy position, but that means absolutely nothing if it doesn't transfer onto the field.
Rassie, can I ask you, usually when you come to press conference, I've been fortunate where you've always reminded us that when the Springboks run out into the field, they always go out to win test matches. Can I ask you, as a coach and an experienced player like even next to you, do you as a leader, do you ever use words like revenge, we've got a score to settle, or we've got unfinished business when you face teams, especially this team that you guys are facing? Please correct me, the last time you guys beat Ireland was back in 2016? Is that the type of language which you would want to use in your side? Is there some unfinished business that you guys have got this weekend, this in the next series?
No, we don't use those words.
But do you think you guys have got some unfinished business? You are the two-time back-to-back world champions. Is there something to prove against this Ireland side?
I think they probably, from their side, have unfinished business to try and get number one. You know, so we don't talk like that. We analyze players, we judge on how they performed in URC and European Cup, and we pick our teams accordingly to see what players we think can do the job for us, you know, on Saturday, and we train really hard. And we try to stay in our reality. You know, our reality is we're playing at home against a team that's beaten us. All the games were really close. They deserved all of those games, but it's never. Hell, we've got a score to settle. I mean, I'd rather take a World Cup, 2 World Cups, and a Brilliant Irish Lions series then, and take the 3 losses. But we never go out to lose. We definitely don't pick this team to try and lose.
Rassie, you mentioned Damian Willems, so is Sasha going to play that kind of role off the bench? Do you have a specific plan for that?
Yeah, we might still, there's 1 or 2 niggles. We might on Thursday still, there's a possibility for a 7-1 as well, but that we'll give it time for Thursday, but I don't want to elaborate on that too much now at this point. But Sasha certainly brings something to the party where, you know, there's not a lot of changes when we go 6-2. You know, if you had to pick, and that's actually where Mani missed out. You know, because if a 12 goes down, you can go straight to 12 because he's played 12 for the Stormers. If a 15 go down, you can go straight to 15. If a 10 goes down, you can go straight to 10. Whereas with Mani, again, I want to reiterate, for him not making the 23, it's just purely because we went 6-2. But Mani is not so comfortable at 12. Andre would go to 12. And then Mani to 10 or fullback, then we'll have to move Cheslin back to fullback. Everybody from 10-1 out. And so that just makes more sense why Sasha, yes, can cover those 3 positions.
And just on the 2 locks on the bench, is that because of opposition or specific plan?
No, it's just RG always brings a lot of energy for us off the bench. Salman is like Jan Hendrik Wessels, one of the players. You know, we ranked the players since 2013, what they must work on and what their potential and what their ceiling is. A guy like Salman has just been really unlucky, injury-wise. He always, at very crucial stages just before tournaments, got some bad injuries. He's really showing his willingness and his physicality in training sessions and in a few minutes or 20 or 25 minutes, even would know. How many minutes?
Against Wales.
Yeah, what,
Probably 20.
yeah, 21 minutes against Wales when Evan was subbed. And he had some solid performances there. So yeah, in that sense, it's nice for a front row to have two fresh locks behind them somewhere in the game.
Rassie, just carry on with the bench. I mean, you've got tremendous loose forward riches, and obviously your starting loose chair is quite a settled combination. But to go with Marco van Staden, a real specialist open side on the bench, does that point to the breakdowns being really crucial on Saturday and a potential strength of Ireland?
Yeah, it's a good question. We didn't, but that's not why we picked him. I think Marco brings impact in all the areas, in carrying the ball, in defense, in slowing the ball down, in mauling, in scrumming. He's definitely somebody that you can have on the bench. He can play 8 as well. He's somebody who comes on and don't just sort out one department who might not be firing or doing as well as we wanted to at that specific moment. So I'll say he's more all-rounder. We've since I can't remember when last we played with an open and blind side. Even when I and under defender played, we played left and right. But you're right. He's a great poacher of the ball, and hopefully he can get us a few. But the Irish got tremendous loose forwards.
Rassie, there's two key positions, 13 and 8. You've got Kwagga at 8, you've got JC at 13. I mean, Lucario has come back from injury. They did set the shocks that he, after injured, I think he was up against the Welsh Ospreys, if I'm not mistaken. They said he would be recovering in time for the World Cup, for these matches. How tricky was the decision to go JC and Kwagga, especially with how well Evan was pushed on the season?
No, it wasn't tricky. I think JC's in top form. I don't think there's anybody that can say JC is not in outstanding form. In the World Cup he was. In the last Wales Test match he was. Lucanio hasn't played a lot of rugby in the last 4 or 5 weeks. You know, it's a different story of a guy like Malcolm, where we had him and we could take. We couldn't yet do the things with Lucanio to make him match ready, because he's not 100% match ready. Well, playing Irish level match ready. A guy like Malcolm, and that's why the Welsh Test match was so important. A guy like Malcolm, we could start there, we could give him 45 minutes. You know, now he can come off the bench again. Bongi can go as long as he can, and Malcolm can hopefully have some impact. But when Lucanio's on form, Lucanio is brilliant, and it's just a matter of time before Lucanio will start pushing Jesse really hard again. And then there's young Ethan Hooker, who we thought is really a find. We think he's playing well. And then also, obviously, who's our other, Kanan, who really did well at 13. So Kanan will also join us and be available for the second edge. Kwagga and Evan, yeah. If you want to go 6-2 and you want to have Marco and Kwagga in the team, you know, it would be lovely to have Kwagga and Marco on the bench and say go and have an impact. But then you must go 7-1, you know, or you must drop a lockout. And we don't feel Salman deserves to get dropped out. He's settling in as a nice front lock. He's learning a lot from guys from Evan. Ivan has now been with us for a while. He's got, I think, 4 or 5 test caps under his belt. All of the players out there understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to not kill guys' careers by throwing them into a squad of unknowns around them, but slowly and certainly give guys opportunity against proper teams, and then a bit tougher, and then a bit tougher, and then give you a rest again, and then maybe are you now a proper test player? And I guess Evan showed us he is, and he will get his chance again.
Rassie, I think in terms of the bench as well, I see Gerrit Kamp is in. Also, we also have a player like Thomas Dutoy who will probably be fighting for a position in those props on the bench. You can play with either side. He's had a fantastic season in England. He's become a try-scoring machine. Can you just take us through what was the thinking between both of those two players? Was it ever a toss-up between the two to see who gets the number 17 jumper?
That one is unfortunately just logistics. A guy like Kobus Reinach had 2 training sessions with us just because when Montpellier released him. You know, he's a guy that can easily make the match at 23. But just Krappies was the whole time with us, from the first alignment camp, all the training sessions, because we definitely trying some new things, and 1 or 2 guys in a team who doesn't know all the little things we're trying to do, sometimes that swing momentum in the game. Thomas also only joined us very late because he wasn't like Andre Pollard. Leicester fell out, and Andre Pollard immediately joined us, and he trained with us 3 weeks. This is his 4th week, so it's easy to put him in. Thomas, we're happy to have Thomas. We're happy to have Trevor also in the mix. And I think Tux had a really good 10 minutes when he was on. It was tough to leave him out of the group. And then the same with Netling Fischer and André Hoefenter, what they brought, not to the game specifically, but to the squad when they were on tour.
Rassie, obviously a lot of these Irish,
Hello, how you been?
Lots of these Irish guys have spent a season with Jack Naber in Ireland. Do you have any concerns they might have got a bit extra insight into how the box work?
Yeah, no, definitely they will, without a doubt. But Jacques phones me every night and tells me everything about Ireland. No, I'm joking. No, look, rugby is a professional game, and certainly he will implement things there, what worked for us here. Some of them you can clearly see. Some of them are working, some of them are not working because players and countries and cultures are different, and coaches are different when you're in different cultures and countries. I remember when I was in Munster, you're a bit out of your comfort zone, and you don't always read body language, and when you said something, you're not quite sure that this guy get what I was trying to say there. But Argus Neyman played for Munster, he's our Leinster boy, what you can nowadays see on television, and if you follow teams on Twitter, they post all their drills and stuff on Twitter nowadays a lot, so you can see who's basically sometimes think who's starting and who's wearing the bib and who's not wearing the bib, and those kind of things. So one thing I can promise you, I will never put Jacques in a position where he has his people he's working with and team he loves currently, which is Leinster. Think he would in any way help us, but I also trust him not to tell him like names of moves and calls and those kind of things. I'm not worried about that.
What have you seen? Sorry, just one other one. Have you seen much change in Ireland since last time? Because obviously Johnny Sexton is gone now, big leader. Have you seen much change?
The refs got it much easier now. Since Johnny's gone. No, I'm joking. Yes, Johnny. I always said when we played against Johnny, he's so frustrated at us, but we do nothing to be in his team. And I guess I want to say we have respect for him, for how he plays, how he could command games and command respect. But this young fella, he's not scared. He plays it on the game line. He goes for a cross kick if he wants to. He doesn't shy away from tackling. I'm not sure if they put what's the small one for Munster, Casey or Mur with them. Maybe Casey, because Casey and him play together. So at that age, you don't feel the pressure of test match rugby so much until you actually realize what you're part of, and sometimes that's good. And what have changed in the game? I think they even defend a little bit jocked in our style, a little bit. And they're harder off the line, without a doubt.
Even can I ask you, as the most experienced player in the squad, can I ask you, it sounds like, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, Rassie wants the history to stay in the past, what happened in the past against the two nations to stay in the past. What is it about the Springboks versus this island side, and why is it that you guys have not managed to get one over this island side in the last 3 encounters?
Yeah, well, I think they're obviously a world-class team. They're good at their structures. They know what they want out of a game. And yeah, obviously the last few games haven't gone our way. So yeah, we're excited for this challenge, 2 test matches in South Africa. We obviously haven't played them in South Africa for the last 8 years, so it's going to be a nice challenge to face them here in front of our home fans. I'm sure there will be a few thousands of Irish fans coming down as well. So yeah, it's going to be a great test match.
Should we read something into the fact that Rassie has brought his, sorry, I don't know the English word, the groffiskit nader for this test match, and the series though, or at least this test match?
Sorry, the what?
He brought in the groffiskit, the big guns, there we go.
What big guns?
The Springbok big guns, like yourself and the rest of the squad.
I think.
Well, we every time pick. Every time try and pick a best team that's available.
Yeah, it's a funny question.
Actually, it's actually a serious question. Should we, as the media, as the public, as the supporters, can we read something in there that Rassie and his management team are serious that they should try and get one over Ireland at Loftus this weekend?
We're playing Ireland. I think Rassie's going to always pick his best squad. I think for the Wales game as well. I think we go out. I certainly go out, and everyone who's with me on the field go out every test match to go and win. Doesn't matter if that's a game against the Griffins or if it's a big test match or World Cup final. I think you've put on the Springbok jersey. You always want to get a test victory. It goes down in history. That's what I call history, and you want to be part of the better side of history. So yeah, don't think you can read anything into that. I think Ireland will also pick their best team. So yeah.
Given just talking about I know you relish the physical battle with the forwards and the whole team, but would you expect something new come Saturday compared to what you experienced the last time at the World Cup with the same opposition?
Yeah, I think there's always. I mean that's why coaches get paid so much, because they always have great plans and come with new plans. So there'll always be new plans that they'll bring to the game. So we definitely can't expect the same what they brought last time. They've got a DNA. So do we. So there's always that 80% that will probably stay the same, but there's always that room for change. And yeah, you must just, when you play test match rugby, expect anything.
It isn't a money thing. Ask him who he sold his house to.
Hi Andy.
Go tell them.
Big coach.
There was much said about the chat you had with Jim and the whole Irish thing after the group stage match. Do you feel they're going to target you more with regards to that, or is that also just something that was overhyped in the media?
Yeah, I would say the Irish media definitely targeted me after that incident. Look, I said what I said, and it was after the game, and I see a lot of them said how I could count exactly to that certain amount. I mean, you just obviously give an estimate. It was definitely not less than 6 or 7. It wasn't not more than 20 of them. So just gave an estimate, and yeah, I mean, like I said what I said. Like, we'll never after a game tell a team we'll see you in the final if there's so many rugby still to be played. Maybe that was their way to say they think we're a good side, and we might make it all the way through. I don't know, but yeah, people definitely interpreted that a bit wrong and took it a bit out of context.
Guys, let's take one. I will do more English questions, and then we go to Afrikaans because we've got 8 minutes here.
I was going to ask you, does altitude matter this weekend at Loftus? Because we saw on Wednesday coming here, falling short, but then we saw Glasgow Warriors coming here and put one over the Bulls here.
It depends how fit you are. That's why if you're unfit, which Ireland won't be. They arrive Friday, I think, or more than 9 days here, 10 days here. It definitely affects, but all of us. The guys who went home this weekend to Cape Town for 2 days, so they come back to altitude again when they arrive here on Sunday evening here. So it's more of the kicking. It really has a big effect. It does change your distance and how far you can pass the ball further, you can kick the ball further, you can kick it higher, you can kick for touch further, and you definitely run a little bit more, and that together with the altitude, because the ball travels so far, and kicking game is quite something currently in test match rugby. But knowing Ireland and coached there for 2 years, they're very scientific around things like that, and they will be doing their best that does not affect them.
Last English question, Kaniso, and then Afrikaans.
Rassie, there's the need to pick what we deem to be your best team, and there's also the need to look forward, as you said in the past, that 2027 is a long project. How do you balance that? Because as you rightly said, that Ireland is a series that needs to be won, regardless of whatever's being said around it. But you also need to also put in the early stepping stones for the next World Cup defense. How do you try to balance that tightrope with every given test match?
Yeah, actually another one there that you must balance is trying to hold your job and not get fired in between. Look, if we get all the players to understand, and that's what we're trying to do with the squad we have, and bringing players into experience, as I said to you last week, what Andre Hugo's experience and what Joseph experienced, what Tux has experienced, what Ivan has experienced. I think it's a much better way of bringing guys in and giving 14, 15 guys, and I'm repeating what I said last week, sorry. But in 2020 we lost the whole year. We just didn't have this Wales test match where 4 debutants played and one was man of the match. Now he's comfortable in the Springbok setup. Now if Cheslin goes down or Kanan comes back, there's competition, more competition again. And now Tux, who's played well when he came on for those 10 minutes, now Gerrit is under pressure again. And when Kitsi comes back, then Kitsi must work his way back in. So it's for us, we've got a succession planning chart, and we would love to get so many caps into different players and have targets for that. But momentum and the vibe and the feeling of the fans sometimes overshadow and make you change things, because you don't want the fans and the media start thinking that you're not well planned, and then sometimes you just say, listen, we plan to give a few guys in this game a chance. We're not having great momentum now. Let's throw in the grof geskit, like Percy said. So hopefully that way.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes for Afrikaans.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. It is a Tuesday, the Tuesday before the Springboks take on Ireland at Loftus Festival, which means one very important thing. We do have a Springbok team announcement, and it's a very good team, a very, very strong team that Rassie Erasmus has announced. And we're going to be talking about it. We're going to be looking at the different options, the different decisions he has made. His press conference, by the way, is up and on the channel, so go and check that out as well. And we'll have a bit of some feedback, or a little bit of look at it from the Ireland setup as well. I've just gotten back from a press conference there, so we'll have that as well. So lots and lots of content coming up on the channel as we build towards this weekend. And you can do your part by smashing a like on the video, subscribing to the channel if you are new, by the way. Consider becoming a member. We are obviously going down to Durban on the weekend for next week's second clash. So very busy times over here. In terms of the forecast, as I said, Rassie Erasmus conference out now with Eben Etzebeth. Tomorrow we are going to be having more stuff from the Bok camp as well as on Thursday. Team announcement for Ireland will be on Thursday evening. And then Friday we'll have all the captain's rounds before that all fun Sunday gets underway on Saturday. So lots to look forward to over there. I'm sure we share the links on the social. Let's get some people up here and get some people into the chat stuff like that. So the team is on the screen. I'm going to put up a poll saying, are you happy with the Springbok 23? Simple yes, no answer. It is not difficult, but what was I say? So is it not difficult? Go and vote. Just see yes there, yes, no. And if you're not happy, though, this is my one request. If you are not happy with the team, tell us why. You know, don't be that person that just is a bit of a negative Nancy, and you talk about, oh, this shouldn't, I can't believe that this is the team we've picked, terrible team, etc., and then not be able to sit there and say, this is who I prefer, this is why I don't like the team. Let's have a discussion, and let's make it a proper discussion by, as mentioned, let me know what your potential gripes are with the team. And we're going to be talking a little bit about the experience, for example, and some of the comments we've had on the video. And I think we're going to be quite dismissive about some of them, to be perfectly honest. So there we go. Jump in the comments. Benjamin Schrader saying, do you know who will be wearing the... if we know we will be wearing the alternate kit, I have not had confirmation of that just yet, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what the story will be. We generally have worn the white kit when we play against Ireland. I suppose we'll find out at the very latest the team photo on Friday in terms of where we're wearing the green and gold. We're wearing our sort of Checker 60 kit, as many people call it. Jean Stewart saying, honestly, the way Thomas Tuohy's been playing, absolutely nothing less that to pick Gerard over him, I says, as a Bull supporter. Yeah, I suppose the only thing is that Gerard Steenekamp has been playing as a Lucid throughout the season. Thomas Tuohy playing basically 90 times. I think he played one game as Lucid. Everything else has been a tight end. My score prediction, I'm not entirely sure. I want to see that Ireland team first, although we can obviously get a pretty decent prediction because Andy Farrell's been very consistent with his Ireland team selection over the years. But yeah, I'm going to reserve my team selection as a bit of a cop-out. I do think it's going to be a close game, though. I'd be very surprised if either team really runs away with it. Alti saying, given 2019 vibes, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Ricardo saying, solid team, just would have liked Ben Jason Dixon from the bench. Jean says, also, who goes to 8 if Kwagga gets hurt? And Campus saying, perhaps with Billy's career into last days, there's space for Sashimani in the team for the future. Well, let's get into it in just a bit, shall we? So I'm just quickly sharing the link onto the socials. Let's look at the team, shall we? And it's on the screen over there. So, Retseko Vaditswe in share next to Bongi Manambi, France Maherba, Eben Etzebeth, Franco Marston. That tight 5 is stupidly experienced. Oxenchair, the only one in that tight 5 who has fewer than 69 caps. Pretty mental, isn't it? You then got Kolisi, Pierce, Toy, and Kwagga Smith. Kwagga Smith starting at number 8, showing you how important he has become to the box over the years. Very good breakdown threat, and I think genuinely what I've been saying, obviously breakdown threat's very important. Eben Etzebeth will also be having an important part of that. Very underrated, actually, somebody who's at the breakdown. But I think for me, one of the big things I think Kwagga Smith's going to have to do this weekend is a scramble defense and having that pace in and around the park. Ireland plays such a high pace and a high octane sort of style of play that I think the pace of Kwagga Smith is going to be vital and going to be very, very important. 5 de Klerk starts as expected next to 100 Pod. Very keen to see the type of game 100 Pod is going to play on Saturday. You then got Chesney Colby, Kurt Lawrence, and Billy LaRue. I mean, it's X Factor on X Factor next to the assist king. And Damien Delende, Jason Creel becomes, I think it is actually the most capped centre pairing of all time, or if not, it's like the joint most next to like Jacques Farrell and Jean de Villiers. Funny enough, actually, at the moment, before this game, it was Damien Delende and Lekanyam who was tied with him, Delende and JC Creel, showing that Damien Delende has been the very, very much the go-to and stalwart at 12 for many years. And then off the bench, it is Malcolm Mark, Theo Steenkamp, Vincent Koch, Salman Murat, Archie Snyman, Marco Fitzstarn, Grant Williams, and Sasha Feinberg Ngoma Zulu. Let's talk about, shall we? Because a lot of people talking about, we've got all this depth, but this is basically just the team from 2019. We're the new guys. And I see Yassine Baker saying exactly that, saying, going to be a boring game. We've seen the squad to death. We're not going to cap guys to get game time. Do we not want to win this game? I don't understand that. I'm very, very confused about this sort of attitude of, well, where are the new players? We've got a 2-match series against Ireland. Ireland we haven't beaten for years, by the way. This is the big grudge match for who's going to be number one. Why not play our best team? I mean, is that not our best team? And yes, some of these players have been playing since 2019. Okay, they've won 2 World Cups with British and Irish Lions series. Don't think they're shit rugby players. Which of these players, for example, don't deserve to be there? Peter Steph Toy, the former World Player of the Year. Franco Mostert, one of the most consistent performances for the Boks in how many years? Eben Etzebeth, probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest Bok of all time. Oxen Chair, single-handedly, dominated England in that semi-final, almost basically won us the semi-final with a cameo off the bench. Bongi Mbambi, who's playing some of his best rugby ever in the last sort of year, since especially after that injury to Malcolm Marx, who's 33 years old, probably won't make the next World Cup, but still has many years in him. By the way, if he does make the next World Cup, he won't even be as old as Deon Farrell. You got Malcolm Marx coming up the bench, 29 years old. He makes the next World Cup very comfortably. Andre Pollard makes the next World Cup. Jesse Creel makes the next World Cup. Currie makes the next World Cup. Yeah, I don't know. This whole sort of concept of, we just have to have new players. I don't understand it. I really don't. It's just the first proper inside the test window game we're playing for the World Cup against the number 2 side in the world, but the side that has been number 1 for how many years. I want to win these games. We are so obsessed with this whole, we have to play the youth, we have to play the youth, we have to play the youth. We are going to play the youth. We are going to see new players. We've got 22-year-old Sash Feinberg on the bench. We've got Grant Williams on the bench. He's new to the setup. Salman Murat is a young player. Gerard Steenkamp is a new player to the setup. Kurt Lawrenson, very new to the setup, for example. So we are going to see players being introduced, but we need to do it systematically. So now let's just start catching people for the sake of it. Ben Jason Dixon's going to play 50 tests for the Springboks. Maybe he's not his career too late, but I think he could, genuinely. At least he's going to play at least 30, 40, I reckon. I think he's that good. I think that from the looks of it, Jan Hendrik Wessels is going to play many tests for the Springboks. I think that Ethan Hooker, if he continues his progression, is going to play many caps for the Springboks. We've got a Portugal game in 2 weeks' time, by the way. I don't know if you missed it. We are going to see a completely different side for that. And I think my biggest gripe, and I'm actually got a video coming on my own channel later, we need to be doing more between World Cups. Yes, I know being world champions is phenomenal. And we've done it twice, and it's been fantastic. And I'm never, ever going to try and ever take away from that. I believe we're good enough to be doing that, as well as being better in between World Cup cycles. I don't count the last World Cup cycle. We had a year of COVID. We had a British and Irish Lions series. It was not a normal World Cup cycle. We are now going into a normal World Cup cycle. We have got 3 years of incoming series, Rugby Championship, outgoing series, incoming series, outgoing championship, incoming series. We've got a New Zealand tour coming up as well, but it's a far more normal sort of period. And I would like to win trophies during that. I would like to win Rugby Championships. I would like to dominate series. I would like us to be consistently the best team in the world. And I don't think we need to become, we all need to say, right, well, the World Cup's done. Everybody that's over 31 years old, out you go. Brand the new people. They get hammered. And what does that achieve? That's my problem. So let's go to some of the comments over here. Campo saying, I think otherwise is saying perhaps for his career, place slash and money in the team in the future. Yeah, so let's talk about Money Box, shall we? Rassie Erasmus addressed it and said that the reason that Money Box is not in the side is simply because they went to a 6-2 split. Sash Famigama Zulu covers 10, 12, 15, which means that there's very little chance that the rest of the backline will really have to move around to accommodate him because he can start to do different positions. Where if Maliba comes off the bench, at a push he can play at 15, but hasn't played there a lot. So chances are he would go at 10. You then have Pollard going at 12. For example, if Villiers coming off, you then have, Ches and Colby going to 15. You got Damon Delindy going to 13. You got Jesse Creel going to 14. You all have to sort of shift around. Whereas Villiers gets injured, Sash Famigomazulu comes on at fullback. If Kurt Lawrence or Ches and Colby get injured, Famigomazulu, or if Grant Williams come on in the wing, he covers wing. Bang, easy. Either the centers get injured, either Damon Delindy shifts to 13, Sasha goes to 12, or Sasha goes... Or if Jesse's injured, or if Damon's injured, Sash goes to 12 and nothing else changes. So you can see nothing much changes by having Sash Famigomazulu who can play 10, 12, 15. Same as Damien Willemster. So that is why Maliba's not been selected. Andre Pollard is still a number one fly half at the end of the day. And I think especially with Tony Brown really wanting to work with him. He's 30 years old, can make the next World Cup. Will we see Maliba again? Yeah, I think we'll see him against Portugal. And I think we'll be very interested to see how he goes. I think that... Pollard's come back, got back to full fitness, and is back to be number one. But I think Maliba's still very much part of the plans. So, John saying, hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Can you feel it in the air? It is the excitement. It is almost go time. An hour. And we will have kickoff. South Africa versus Ireland. Welcome to the official watch along here on Forever Sports. And get yourselves ready. Get yourselves in the mood for what is going to be an absolute treat of a match. We're talking about one of the biggest test matches, probably one of the biggest test match ever between these two nations, to be perfectly honest. And the hype has been unreal. Some people are trying to downplay the hype, saying, it's getting overhyped. It's not getting overhyped. We're talking about two teams at the peak of their powers. The battle for number one in the world. The battle for the right to call themselves number one in the world. Not just from a ranking point of view, but you kind of feel, the South African fans, for example, are very quick to say, well, it doesn't matter what happens tonight, this afternoon, we are the champions of the world, and you are. But you're only as good as your last game as far as I'm concerned. And if Ireland come here and beat Box twice in a row, it becomes difficult to tell everybody that you are the best team in the world. So lots of pride on the line for this afternoon. And I want you guys to start getting excited. I want you to start jumping into the chat. Let's start hitting the like button. We've got 40 likes, people. Let's try and get as many people into the chat as possible. Share the link with your friends and stuff like that. Let's get it going. Let's get checking. I want to see, first of all, where are you watching from? We've got a poll running in the comments asking who are you supporting. Go and vote on that poll. Let me know who you're supporting. Let me know who you're backing this evening. And let's get excited. Shall we go into the comments? Earlier, the boys are ready. Jack Shaw saying, this time we won't miss our kicks. Crossboarding saying, SA beat Ireland by 5. How many people are Loftus? We're going to have some videos coming from Loftus very soon. And Jacques Molo going saying, go Bokke, Skopgat. So, yeah, we've got about an hour until kickoff. And plenty to get through. We're going to be looking at a press conference from Andy Farrell, who talks about the Rassie Erasmus situation. We're going to be having a check-in on the two teams, looking at the two teams, the stats between them. For example, we're going to be doing a lot of different build-up from the week that has been. So settle in and welcome to the stream. If you are new, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We had a couple of earlier people. Welcome 30 earlier. Marshall Williams as well to the Forever Sports Members Club. You can come and get involved over here. Welcome to it. And yeah, get yourself a drink. What are we drinking? I'm gonna have a beer in a little bit and get myself ready for the game, which is gonna be really fun. And yeah, what are you guys on the beverage? Are we on the beer, on the brandy track? I'll tell you right now, there are a lot of people over at Loftus right now, and there will be plenty of brandy going down. Jack McKenna is saying, watching from Kildare in Ireland. Well, hello to all. And David saying, not idea what you're on about over there, just trying to get some pre-promo. Nice try. Right, so we're going to do score predictions a bit later, so let's just sort of park those for at the moment. At the moment, I'm just doing a bit of a check-in to see where everybody is in. We're going to be looking at the two teams, which I've got them over here, so we're going to be having a look at them. And we'll look at them a little bit and look at some of the official sort of the clashes, really, and that's where we I think it gets very interesting when you kind of look at the difference. sort of battles that are going on when we look at the two teams, these two teams being the teams I am talking about. So we'll look at that in just a bit. But before that, I want to check in with Andy Farrell and see what he had to say about this clash, because it's been a very interesting war of words that's been happening. A lot of chat in the media, for example, about the sort of the war of words. And, Rassie Erasmus obviously sort of adding fuel to the fire. He's been doing a little mini-series, taking the fact that he doesn't hate Ireland, for example. You've got CJ Stander in the studio, South African-born Ireland representative, played lots of games for Ireland. Stephen saying, checking in from Oklahoma with my brothers and Coke and homemade boerewors at 9 a.m. local time. Go Borka. Love the work. Love the work. Little brandy at 9 a.m. Never misses. It never misses. So good on you, Stephen, for getting involved. And hope you enjoy the game. And with the brandy and Coke, we all know he's supporting the box. Imposter says, if Pollard flops, Liebert back in, although in the England All Blacks game, England would have won comfortably if they got other kicks, but they missed some super easy ones. Yeah, Marcus Smith didn't have his kicking boots on this morning. Had he had them, they probably would have won. Mathematically, they would have won. Obviously, it's a bit if buts, maybes. And funny enough, both him and Darren McKenzie didn't have bad all-round games. But what are they remembered for? The kicking for goal. Darren McKenzie much better, and the chance he missed probably a bit more difficult. But Marcus Smith, on the other hand, under a lot of pressure for that for that performance of his, because it wasn't great, if we're going to be brutally honest. And needs to do better, does Marcus Smith, if he's going to settle in an international fly half. You kind of feel that had you have an Owen Farrell there, for example, kicking for goal, probably would have won the game, because he doesn't miss, does Owen Farrell. So it's very, very interesting to see how important that sort of goal kicking continues to be. As much as teams try to become more expansive, trying to sort of adapt and change to the modern game, there's certain sort of principles really that remain, and that is when it comes to Test rugby, you've got to get your fundamentals right, which is having a good goal kicker and a reliable goal kicker as well. So the more things change, the more things stay the same, I guess, is what I'm sort of getting at. And we've only got 54 minutes until kickoff. We will have some videos of Loftus, stuff like that, and we're obviously going to have a pretty rousing edition of the anthems coming up very soon, which will basically be in about under an hour's time. And then we're going to have a bit of analysis on the two teams. So before we do that, we're going to check with Andy Farrell and see what he has to say, because we were at the press conference earlier. A very calm looking Andy Farrell, as he often always is, to be fair to him. Not somebody who gets drawn into sort of the war of words. Very calm, very measured in the way he says. A bit of a class act, to be perfectly fair. And this is what he had to say early on in the week about the clash.
Hi, Andy. I'll get straight into it. Jamie Osborne debut on Saturday. Can you talk to us specifically around what is it you see from him as a full-back? Because we haven't seen him play a lot of full-back since his under 20 days.
Well, first of all, congratulations to Jamie and his family. It's as always, it's a privilege for us to be able to name somebody in the starting line for the debut, especially with an occasion like this. So congratulations to Jamie, and we'll celebrate that tonight with him, and hopefully we'll do him proud on Saturday as well. But as far as Jamie as a as a player is concerned, never mind a fullback. This has been in the pipeline for quite some time now. In regards to Jamie's been in and out of the squad, obviously as a development player, but also he's been picked in squads before and been unfortunate to be injured. Hence, in the Rugby World Cup training squad, he got injured pretty early, and we was gutted for him there. But when Jamie's been into the squad on numerous occasions, he's always filled in for us in all sorts of different positions. Certainly at fullback, as well as centre, etc. But anyone who knows Jamie as a rugby player and his background as a junior coming through, a lot of it's been in the 15 jersey. But it's just his skill set that is very interesting for us to see how we use the skill set that he's got. He's obviously gonna add to our performance, because what I've seen certainly lately to the back end of the URC season is that whenever he plays, he's got presence. It doesn't matter what position he plays. He suits the way that we play. He's bright. He gets himself on the ball a lot in an organising way. He's very good. His communication's good and it's accurate. He's obviously got nice soft hands and can play that way, but also he can hit a line as well. To add to that, he's deceptively very quick, good in the air, very athletic, and he's got a big left boot in him as well. So, is that enough for you?
And then just on Craig Casey, he's going to be earning his 15th cap, but this feels like by far the biggest test he's had over those 15 years.
Of course, and I'm sure Greg will feel like that as well. He'll see this as his big opportunity. He deserves it. He deserves the challenge to start a test match like this, and we're looking forward to see how he drives the team forward.
Next question.
Just on Jamie and Jamie, is there any value things that the back in recent game of is it early scoring?
Well, anytime that you pick any side, you know, there's always a risk, but you've got to go with what you think is going to be best for the team. And his skill set is undoubtedly the right fit for us. With Hugo, obviously being out of the squad, it's a slot where we can have a look at Jamie and how he adds value to that is something that we've been excited about for some time now, and we get the opportunity to do that. No, and you know what? I always say this, don't I, about Stu McCluskey. Like, you know, I mean, his form's been great. He's been great in training. You look back at some of the big games that we have won, and he's been involved in a lot of them, and he's not even in the 23. You know, obviously Gary's a class player that's there waiting to come on to add to the team. So it's as tough as it gets, and it's exactly where you want it to be.
Any other questions from the live section? How are you looking at this test series?
Like that.
There's like, you've obviously had to, if you look back at the team you have this weekend, like there's a lot of changes to the side you would have had against South Africa at the World Cup. So there's a mix there of very experienced players, but also guys getting an early opportunity against the world champions.
But that's what happens in all sides all the time. You know, people get injured, people retire, new kids on the block always come through. Some people are always in form, some people not so much. So that's the game, isn't it? You know, look at all of our squads over the last while. There's always something. In fact, I look back on some of the games and realise what I look back on to try and think about what happened within that game, say 4 or 5 years ago, and sometimes I can't remember who played, but it's always mixing and matching. You know, and I think that's been the strength of the Irish squad over the last number of years.
And just also as well, you're not training in Loftus tomorrow. Normally, we would always see you training at the ground before the game. Is there a particular reason you're just staying at the training base tomorrow?
Yeah, I suppose the players, a lot of them have been there and done that. We're obviously made the conscious decision to stay here in Joburg, and it's been great for us. We got here nice and early. The training facilities are great. We're not travelling down to stay in a hotel, so that there's less moving around. There's been a bit of that towards the end of the season, so it just keeps us a little bit more relaxed, that's all.
At what point did you, obviously Hugo wasn't coming from a long way out, so at what point did you identify Jamie as the manager?
Yeah, bracketed with a few others, so open-minded enough to see how it goes, and with the extra couple of days that we've had training and prepping wise, it just confirms things a little bit more. So you go with what you're seeing and what your gut's telling you.
With Hugo, how involved were you in Hugo's decision?
I spoke to Hugo quite a bit. There's no way that if somebody's got a dream like that, now don't get me wrong, if 10 of them had a dream, there's a different decision to be had there. But when he was highlighted from the Sevens management that he was in there thinking, then the question goes to Hugo. If that was a dream of his to do that, there's no way that I would stand in his way.
Did Jamie say anything, or did you actually say to him you were playing fullback this weekend directly to him? And if so, what did he say?
Well, we slotted him in, I think, 10 days ago now. You were in at 15. How's it going, Jamie? Yeah, great. I'm all across it, no problem. And he's a quiet lad, and he comes across as quite shy, but he's not. He's confident in his own ability. You can tell with how he prepares, how he plays the game, etc. And he's all across his stuff within a few days, and he's very comfortable.
There we go. A very comfortable looking Andy Farrell, who is not one that reads a lot of the media, but had a little bit to say about Rassie Erasmus and predicting the Ireland squad, which was a little bit off the mark. Having a bit of chuckle there. What I've really enjoyed about the build-up to this test from an Ireland perspective is they're not focusing on the Springboks. There's been a lot of noise around that, and Ireland very much talking about the fact that they are focusing on themselves, that they're not giving a lot of attention to what's happening in and around them. They're not worrying about what the Springboks are doing, for example. They are focusing on themselves. Having a look here at the Springboks arriving earlier. Damien Dale-Lindy, big game, especially because he did throw out a few words towards the Irish media saying that they didn't respect the box, for example. And so he might feel that he might have something to prove. And you don't want to sort of go and poke the bear, really, in inverted commas, and then follow it up with an average performance. So a big game for Damien Dale-Lindy. And if you are looking to watch the game, by the way, there is a guide in the description, which has a step-by-step guide. You can go and download ExpressVPN, for example, link in the description. You connect to a Netherlands server, and you can watch it for free using the on the NZR Plus, which takes like 2 seconds. We will play a video in a little bit showing you exactly how to do that, but go and check the description on how to watch. It is so easy, and you can watch this game, the Pumas game later for the Argentina game, the Wales versus Australia next week, New Zealand versus England, for example. Very easy, and might even be able to watch the Rugby Championship like that as well. So go check the description if you are looking for a link for the game. Still to come, we're going to do a look at the two teams individually, and in terms of their team profiles, in terms of the weights, heights, etc. We're going to do another check-in with the press conference. We're going to listen to what Kolisi and Zwandile Stick had to say earlier in the week as well. And because it was a very cool press conference that we had yesterday from them. And yeah, that's some of the other stuff that we're going to get before the game, which kicks off officially at 5 o'clock. So make sure that you are ready. Make sure you got the drinks in hand. So some of the comments. Adele is watching from South Africa in Joburg. Which is good to see. Let's continue to get a check-in. Gabriella going with Go Bokkers saying, hope Faf is in. He is indeed. And Keen Observer saying we must try win everything this year and experiment next year. Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily no experiencing this year at all, but I am very much of the attitude that I do think we need to try and win as much as possible this year. I think especially this 2-match series, for example, I think it's very important. And I don't see why we can't really have a go at trying to get a clean sweep against Ireland and a Rugby Championship. I think that's the main thing. I've been saying for a while that I'd love us to be a little bit more consistent, for example. That is something Rassie Erasmus spoken about, the fact that, that's not that. And I mentioned, there's a good reason why we haven't been as consistent as we'd like to be just yet. But listen, it's still, for example, plenty of reasons why it happened. but there are so many more reasons now why it doesn't have to happen again, and the fact that we can afford to be a bit more a bit more sort of open about building that consistency, selecting our best team, and not having to worry about a World Cup, for example, or a British and Irish Lions series and the like. So yeah, and that's something I'm going to play it for you for from Kolisi and Zondina Stick. They had a very good press conference yesterday. It was very entertaining. So we're going to watch about 10 minutes of that, and then I'll be back and we'll go through the teams. So well, before we go to that, as I said, let's do a bit of a check-in here. I was saying, listening from a tape de Tour de France. And kickoff, as we mentioned, is in about 40 minutes' time. Booyaka Game saying he's watching from Hong Kong. So I like to do a little bit of a game where we do sort of a check-in from around the world. So good to see a lot of people in. But Siya Kolisi obviously back in as captain for today. Massive news that he's going to continue for now, whether it'll be sort of the full-time captain, whether it'll just be for kind of the series, or whether it'll be championship. We have to wait and see. But good to see that he is back in that mold, and always a class act. Yesterday, him and Zondina Stick spoke to the media, and this is what they had to say.
Okay, cool. Hi guys, welcome to our Springbok media conference. We've got 30 minutes, we're really on time. So yeah, over to questions. Hands up, please.
Hello, good afternoon, colleagues. Firstly, welcome and congratulations on being as captain again. Can I ask you, your coach has made a point of it to stress that internally you guys don't stress much about captains because there's too many leaders, whether it's a young player. How important or how easy or how difficult was for you to accept this role, yet again knowing that this role comes with a lot of responsibility on and off the field, a lot of stress and a lot of flack also on the field?
Yeah, it wasn't easy or hard. It's just, I think it's obviously a huge honor. I think I say that all the time. There's not many people who sit in the position, and I know what it means means to the public, but I know what it means to the group as well. Like I said, it's really true. Like anybody can step in and be the team leader. Like the guys that in the leadership role, like a guy like Bongi has done it, Evan has done it, before Peter Steff has done it. We all have roles to play in the team, and that's what makes it easier on playing white on the field, but also there's stuff off the field as well, the way you carry yourself, and the way, because you're basically the ambassador of the team and also of the country as well, wherever you go. So it is a huge honor and privilege, but we all try and be as best as we can, whether you're captain or not. At the end of the day, you're representing the country, but what really matters the most is on the field. Like you say, there's big. That's what we care about the most, is like what we do on the field. Because if you don't do that, you're not going to be in any position anyway.
How's it here? We haven't seen you for a while, so you maybe give us an update on how your season was. I mean, we've heard a lot about it from other people. So nice to hear from your mouth. How you feel about your game at the moment. You had a couple of injuries, but has that sort of kept you fresh for this part of the season? And just where are you at the moment as a player and as a person?
Season is obviously I didn't take off, so I took like 2 weeks off before I played my first game in Paris, and then I've been playing since then. And obviously something I'm not used to. I've been playing 80 minutes for all the games that I've played in bar the last one, and it's good in a way. It keeps me on the field and it keeps me fitter. And I started well. I think my first couple of games, I hit the ground running. The injuries did affect me a little bit with the I think the hand, when I broke my hand, I couldn't run for the first 3 weeks, so it was tough. Then when my hand healed, then my ankle went on my first game after that, and then it took a while. But as a group, I think we weren't proud of ourselves as a team of the way that we had done. We thought we could have done much better than we did. And right now I feel good. I feel strong. The training here has been really good to be back with the boys. and learning the new. And I'm excited because I'm learning because it's a new coaching staff. The game plan is different, so it feels like I'm doing something new again. I'm starting to learn, but also the stuff that makes us good is still kept, in the system, which is amazing. And yeah, it's always, I don't know, it just feels different when you in the Springbok group. I cannot explain it in words. It's the group of people, the coaching staff, and just the mentality and the purpose part of things. It's just something that I think as South Africans we take for granted. But once you come back home or you go to another country, some of the reasons that you play for, and that's what I miss the most being here at home, and either for the people, for your family, or whatever you're playing for, all the different reasons are what I definitely miss the most.
Sia, how special is it for you guys as a group for your first match after being world champions here back at home in front of a packed stadium, especially after, how it was 2020 or 2021 after you'd won that at that time, empty stadiums and everything. So how special is it this time around, and has sort of given an extra spark to you guys now?
Yeah, I think just to be able to come home to the people that we're playing for, man, all along, and we said it from the beginning, this is for the people of South Africa, and now finally we've achieved that. This is our first time that we can play, and then a big game like this, a team that we haven't beaten since 2016, and it's the first time we're playing them back at home again. All the other 3 games, I think, we're all away from home. So it's really exciting, and it's a big game, and everybody's been talking about it, but I think there's not much that can be said anymore. It's all up to tomorrow. So everything that's been said, if you don't deliver tomorrow, I think that's what matters the most. I think they excited for the game. We are also excited for the game, and yeah, it's a beautiful place to play in, and we're looking forward to it as a group to see the people of South Africa seeing us play after the World Cup.
I've seen a lot has been said obviously about this game. Number one, versus number two, the team that beat you the World Cup. Last time you beat them was 2016. Does that matter, or is it about the case of the team evolving past the World Cup and towards the next World Cup?
It's about winning this test match. That's what we want to do. We will be lying if we say that's important. It's the only team as this group and this coaching staff. It's the only team that we haven't beaten. Everybody else we've been able to beat. So it's just important for us. It's like when we lost against Japan in 2015, and then we got that game to play just before the World Cup, just to get the World Cup. It's one of those things for us as a group. We just want to go. We can't. It is just another test, but it's a big one. It's our first time the people are seeing us at home against a team that's number 2, who's been one of the best teams for the last couple of years. So it is big. So there's no saying, it's just another game. No, it's not. It's like an important game, and I know it will be for them too. Thank you.
So yeah, just back on the captaincy, I remember there was a French report where you were speaking to the media, and it seemed like you had almost resigned yourself to losing the captaincy. When did you realize that you still have the captaincy? When did that conversation take place on Varsity?
Of course, a lot of stuff was going on obviously in the media, and when I answer questions, I answer to as honest as I can. Like, I don't play to be Springbok captain. I don't know. When I was young, I didn't dream to be Springbok captain. It was impossible to even think like that. So for me, it's something that obviously happened over time as I grew, and it's something that I really enjoy, and I love being Springbok captain. I enjoy doing my duties, but I know there are many other guys in the team that can do it, and also I do understand that as a Springbok captain, responsibility is a lot of that. It's good for you to be in South Africa because people can see you, interact with you, and you can live what a Springbok is. And going overseas, I understood that could change, and make peace with that. But also, of course, it's hard because it's been something I've been doing since 2016. But I also can't. I understood that there's another guy out there, and I was ready to support whoever it was.
All I cared about is that as long as I've got the opportunity to put on the jersey again, as long as I'm in contention to be able to play for the Springbok, that's all that matters. So that's what I was trying to say. If I am, amazing. But if I'm not, also amazing. But as long as I can still have the opportunity to put on the Springbok jersey, because every other guy that's been captain, when now that I'm a captain, they support me for 100%, and that's what I want to do forever. If it does happen in the future, because it was gonna happen somewhere along the line. So I'm ready to accept and support the next person because the team is more important than me.
To you, Captain. There's a lot of conversations regarding you as a captain and having a, sorry if but I'm not being racial, having a black South African captain. So I'm trying to think like, with you, is it really a matter whether the captain is black or whether it's any other guy?
It's about who can lead the team. Like, I mean, there's many other lead. Of course, representation matters for everyone. I mean, when I became captain, I didn't understand like why was it so big. Like I was confused. I'm like, I know, okay, I'm the first black captain, but why is it so big? Because me being captain was just enough for me. And then I asked a lot of black people, like my friends, like why we're going on. They're like, do you understand that in all these years that the Springboks have played, no one like you could ever dream of this opportunity. And now, finally, that is broken, that anybody in South Africa can dream of being Springbok captain. So, of course, it matters, it's huge. But in our team, whoever has been put in that position is able to lead and is best for the job will be put there. And it can be anyone, black, white, or colored. That's what we try in the group. That's what we're trying to build. Like we talk about when we talk about diversity and unity, it's not just sayings. We actually try and live that. Like we have meetings where before we didn't really sing in the group. Now it's a thing that we do, and it's comfortable. I used to sing in the corner in the past. Now we speak about it openly. This guy likes to braai. This guy likes his Afrikaans music. We mix the music in the past. Each guy chooses a song. This guy likes to sing before the game. This guy likes to put on earphones. So we sing, but it doesn't affect everybody because we're all different. We also have different backgrounds and different races. But at the end of the day, South Africa is number one. If South Africa is number one, you mind the other person. You know, you mind the other person, okay, what he's doing there, I don't understand it, but it's gonna get him to be the best. And that's what's important in our group. It's not we wanna make sure, yes, we see each other, it's in color because everybody comes with their own parts, but how do we make this team work and how does it work with South Africa? And that's all that matters for us. We wanna build leaders who can lead everybody, not just a certain group. But when I put on the jersey, I'm not playing only for black people. I'm not only playing for poor people or anything like that. I want to represent the whole of South Africa, and that's what we want to do. Because when you accept this jersey, you accept every single person in South Africa, and you play for them, whether they're students or abantu abathengise esigoneni. It doesn't matter. That's who we're representing.
Coach, maybe for you, to follow up on what Sia is talking about, and also my colleague's question there about sort of like the magnitude of Sia being almost like the face of South African rugby and being black. For you, as somebody who's in that space, what have you observed about his leadership and what it has meant to South Africans, and also the team within the structures?
Yeah, I think once again, like Sia said, to lead your country, it's an honor for anyone who's been in that position. And one thing that I've enjoyed to see in Sia's rugby career, and also someone that I know him from the young age, how he has grown as a human being, not only just between the four lines and also what he represents off the field. And like Sia just said now, listen, we're representing South Africa, so irrespective of you're brown or pink or white, we represent everyone, do you understand? And that is the nature of the positions where we are. So once again, we are just still grateful we get opportunity, to be trusted to be where we are at the moment. I've seen him through tough times. I've seen him through his bad days, and I've seen him growing as a human being. And once again, I enjoy watching him. And I think his story one day probably he's already produced books. And you also do you have a movie? But otherwise, his story is it's a nice story to tell, and it shows that irrespective of who you are, where you come from, anything is possible. I know where he comes from, And I know one thing for sure also. There's a lot of Sia Kolisis out there that are also probably waiting for opportunities. And one thing that I enjoy about him is that when the opportunity came to him, Sia was ready to grab it.
Coach, just looking at Ireland, does it frustrate you that you guys haven't been able to beat them as a coaching group? And where is it that you feel maybe you guys have fallen short against them in the past?
I wouldn't say it frustrates us, but once again, I think it does give us a motivation, because of, once again, with all the games that we're talking about, when we played against them in Dublin, it was a game that we were close also to win it, but they were playing at home, and we know their supporters also are very, very good supporters towards their team. So the home ground advantage worked for them at that time because, once again, their crowd, they don't stop. They're behind them. Even I remember very well when we played against them in Paris. I think it's one of the things that kept them in that game. If you remember the nature of the game, we really started very well. We put them under pressure. It's just that certain things that we didn't do well, the position that we had in that game, and we didn't convert into points. So I wouldn't say we're frustrated because, once again, like I always say to people, the lessons that we've learned in that game when we played against Ireland in our group stages in Paris, I think that is the game that actually brought us tighter and closer, and we've learned more in that game than any other games we've played in the World Cup. And I can tell you now, the opportunities that we've missed in that game, they helped us when we played against France. Because against France, I feel like if we didn't convert the opportunities that we had against France, they could have probably put 40 points away, against us. So once again, yes, it was frustrating when we didn't get the opportunities, but once again, it's part of the game. When things don't go according to the plan, we do get frustrated, and we're human beings. But once again, our job as coaches is to make sure that we go and rectify all those mistakes and make sure that we analyze and see where we can get better. That is one thing also our players that I enjoy also. They always have an input. So I think the key thing in that game is that we had opportunities, and if you're playing against a team like Ireland, you can't afford not to convert them into points. Otherwise, you'll end up in the wrong side of the scoreboard. So I think that's exactly what happened. But once again, frustrations, it's part of the game.
Coach, there's been also a lot made about this new approach that you guys are moving towards. Is it more comfortable looking at tomorrow and saying, let's rather play our older game plan, the one that we can trust and we know is winning, than maybe attempting something a bit new that could be risky?
Yeah, once again, test match rugby, it's very physical, and that's something that we can't shy away from it. And that's something that we as South Africans enjoy. And yes, there are certain things that we don't want to negotiate in our system, how we play the game, more especially when you look at the set pieces. It's part of our strength, it's part of our DNA. I don't think we'll ever move away from that, because it gives us a good foundation. Even if you want to evolve and try something new, you still have to do your big rocks very well, which is the set piece to defend very well, and also to be able to kick very well. Because once again, we know a team like Ireland, they're also very, very smart, and they've got good players in that team. But I wouldn't say we're going to drift away from our strengths. No, we won't, but we'll keep on evolving as a team. And once again, having new coaches in our system like Tony Brown from New Zealand, who's also been worked in Japan for a couple of years, and a guy like Jerry, that is something that whenever we talk about evolving, those guys, they bring fresh voice, and they bring new ideas. And like you saw when we played against Wales, there are a couple of new things that we've introduced in our system. And it's good also to see all of us as coaches, we are aligned in how we want to play the game, and also the players are buying into it. So once again, yes, we will keep on evolving, because once again, we always say this, you expect to win. If you're going to play the same way you've played in 2019 and 2023, the other teams will catch up on you. So that is why what I enjoy about the new faces in our coaching team, they bring something fresh, they bring new ideas, which is they also make us better coaches also as South Africans.
Hi, Coach. Was it a big surprise to see Jamie Osborne a fullback for Ireland, and what do you expect him to bring to the party?
I think we knew there's a possibility of surprise there at the back because of the players that they've lost. Hugo Keenan going to go and play the 7, so we knew there's going to be probably a couple of surprises out there. And then a guy like Jordan also, I thought maybe probably stand a chance to be in that position. But once again, Osborne has been doing well for his club also. So yeah, it came as a surprise, but once again, I think he deserves it. It shows that for what he has been doing for his club, and to be rewarded for his performance, So it's also good for their team. And yeah, I think he's going to bring something fresh and a new challenges. He's got a massive left foot. So I think that's also another reason why he's probably in that team, because of playing at high forward. With that left foot, he'll probably kick from try line to try line with his foot. So, but once again, it came as a surprise. But congratulations to him. I think he deserves it. He deserves that opportunity also.
So some words from Kolisi and Springbok coach Zwandile Thick. Always very good fun listening to those two speak. Give such a good account of themselves and a little bit of insight into sort of the mindset, I think, really, and the psyche of the current Springbok team, which I think is so much of why they've been so successful. It is the attitude, it is the humbleness, it is that desire, that desperation even to win to win that Springbok jersey over and over again. And I say win very, very deliberately in terms of it's not about just putting it on, it's about earning it, it's about getting it off other people, it's about keeping it on yourself and making sure that you're always putting your hand up to be the first name in the team sheet where possible. So it's really, really good to see that sort of culture is just so healthy at the moment. 20 minutes to kick off, everybody. And we're going to look at the teams in just a little bit. And also going to show you how to watch the game. If you're looking to watch the game, check the description. It is a step-by-step guide. It's very, very simple. NZR Plus is showing the game. And you can access it using a VPN like ExpressVPN. So we'll show a video very, very shortly in terms of exactly how to do that. Yeah, hopefully that'll work. I mean, like I said, it does work. So if you give yourself enough time, then it should work for you as well. But yeah, get ready, really, because things are about to start heating up, aren't they? And Loftus is starting to fill in. We're actually going to show you a bit of a clip from what Loftus is looking like. In just a bit, and then we're gonna go through the teams and talk about some of the big matchups and stuff like that, and what we're expecting to see throughout the game. So let's have a look at exactly what the atmosphere is looking like over at Loftus. This is outside the stadium. We've got a man on the ground over there, and yeah, I think it's quite a vibe. It is very vibey outside there, and it's only going to get more and more vibey as the stadium starts to fill up. Lots of green and gold expected. A sea of green. Really, because even the Irish fans will be wearing green, so it'll be difficult to see where sort of the Irish contingent is, but there will be a very large Irish contingent. But anyway, these are some of the scenes outside the stadium at the moment. Yeah, so as expected, pretty chaotic that side, and as mentioned, it's only going to get more and more busy, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch. So people, I've got a bit of a mission. We're trying to get up to 70,000 subscribers, and we're getting there. We're getting pretty close, to be perfectly honest. We're currently sitting on just over 68.5. So we're less than 1,500 away from that big 70,000 subscriber base. So please go and subscribe to the channel if you are new to the channel. I know there are lots of people. I'm seeing lots of new names in the chat, which is good to see. So make sure you go and subscribe to the channel as well. We're going to show you in a little bit how to watch the game, and then we're going to go through the teams. Keegan David saying New Zealand almost lost the game. Rassie needs to look at the game of England versus New Zealand. Previous defense coaches giving our game plan to England's side, and we should be what we share with new coaches? I mean, you have to, don't you? At the end of the day, it's your job. As much as there's sentiment, you judged on your performance. So if, for example, Felix Jones goes and fails at England, everybody doubts him as a coach, and there'll be a rhetoric that he was only good because he was in under Rassie Erasmus, for example, or next to Jacques Nienaber. So there is always going to be that kind of coaches will always take their teachings and share them. So similarly, for example, in a such system where you've got like a Joe Schmidt, for example, who's been involved in Ireland, for example, he's been involved in New Zealand. He will obviously have coaching IP that he'll take over to his different jobs. So it is kind of fairly inevitable, isn't it, to a certain degree? I don't think it's something unavoidable really these days. At the end of the day, it's about adapting. It's about making sure that you adapt to various different styles of play, for example. How can you make your current system, which worked so well, how do you make that work? And how do you tweak that, for example, and keep sort of reinventing yourself to remain relevant? So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's always going to be a situation where people can analyze so much of what you do these days that your coaching IP, your coaching ideas, for example, are going to be shared a lot and going to be studied. So you're never going to have sort of full control. So I don't think it's an issue, like sort of sharing what you're taught and stuff like that, because it's kind of inevitable. And I think coaches become better coaches because they share their knowledge. And similarly, we're going to get stuff out of Jerry Flannery, for example, that we might not get from other coaches. And if we're expecting him to share insights into Ireland, for example, then we can't expect somebody like a Felix Jones or Jacques Nienaber to go overseas and not share that kind of information. So it is what it is. And I'll tell you what, we're going to now show you exactly how to watch the game, because obviously that's the big thing that everybody is currently asking. So yeah, this is a very quick video that I found online, which sort of shows you how you can use VPN to watch the game. So if you're still watching, still struggling, then this is an option for you.
Today we will be doing a video to show you how to watch South Africa versus Ireland, as well as lots of other international rugby for free using a VPN. A VPN stands for Virtual Private Network and allows you to access content from around the world by geolocating your device as if it appears somewhere else where you are not. This lets you get access to content you would not otherwise be able to access because of your location. First things first, you're going to need to install ExpressVPN, which we have already done it. There is a link in the description, and you can get a free 3 months if you sign up with the link in the description. So go and sign up and connect. In order to watch this game, we're going to be using NZR Plus, which is a New Zealand rugby streaming platform and video content platform, which has rights via what is the old Sanzar TV for the games currently taking place. Within the subscription, there are certain countries or regions which have got the license for the games on NZR Plus. So for this, we are going to open ExpressVPN. On the 3 buttons on the right there, we are going to choose our location. And in this case, we're going to choose Netherlands, and we're going to turn on the VPN. Once it goes green, it means it is working. If you then go and look on your browser, you can go and search NZR Plus, and this is the link. We have got the link in the description so that you don't need to go and find it as well. You then need to sign up to start streaming, which will open up in a new tab. Once you're onto the website, there will be a pop-up asking you to sign up for free. You can either sign up with your email, for example, or up with Google. We are going to choose Google. Once you've selected your account, you're then going to accept the terms and conditions. You can accept the getting information or promotional info as well. We are not going to do that, and press continue. And it is as simple as that. You will then arrive on the NZR Plus platform. where it will tell you your sign up is complete and take you to the home page. As you can see on the home page, there is a bottom over here which says Sanzar TV. It has matches which is live now, as well as matches which are coming. This will include the All Blacks match, Springboks versus Ireland, Argentina versus France, the other Wallabies versus Wales, the other Springboks versus Ireland, as well as games like the All Blacks versus Fiji, Wales versus Georgia, Springboks versus Portugal, and Uruguay versus Argentina. As you can see, provided you are connected to the VPN over here, you can then go and open Australia versus Wales, for example, which is the current game. See it load for a second and then come back. And that is it. That's how easy it is to watch all of these games using a VPN. So we also get ExpressVPN link in the description and enjoy the match.
Alright, so that is a very quick guide on how to watch the game. It does work. I've got a couple people that messaged me saying that it is working. That's how they're watching it, for example. So that is an option. Welcome, Dental Maria, today's member to Fair Sports Members Club. Right, we've got 10 minutes to go before the game, in which case it is time to get going. Officially, I think it's 11 minutes and 80 seconds. I think it's 5:01 or whenever is the time it's officially going to kick or 1 pot. So we've got some celebs out on the field, a couple of big supporters, a couple of members from different teams and stuff like that. And as the field currently gets prepared for the two teams to run out, the question is, who are those teams? Well, let's have a look, shall we? Let's start with the Springbok side. They're followed by the Ireland side, and this gives you an idea of how, first of all, how big some of these players, for example, are, as well as the experience across both sides. So let's first up, let's have a look at the Springbok side, and then we'll look at the Ireland side. When we come back, it will be kickoff. Right, there we go. The Ireland National Anthem has just finished, which means it is time for Nkosi Kaleli, and it is time for action. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Make sure you smash a like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Very quickly, let's get those score predictions in, people. We have got the length of an anthem to go through the score predictions. Let's get them into those the chat, and let's see what everybody is backing themselves. See Kolisi, head strapped up at the moment. And we'll go through the lineups in just a second. We've obviously just seen their profiles, but we'll go through them and talk about the big players, the big clashes as well, because I think there are some massive battles coming up in this game. Obviously, for me, the biggest one, actually, I genuinely think it's probably that center battle between Damon Dealendi and Bandiaki. I mean, I think that obviously Dealendi, with the words he said about the Irish media, for example, which is obviously sort of added to the whole sort of hype and stuff like that. He's playing opposite Bandiaki, in my opinion, has probably been arguably one of the best players on the planet in the last calendar year. We had a phenomenal World Cup, and I think that's going to be a massive battle. The front row battle. Oh, are we going to see Frans Maherba doing a job on Andrew Porter? Will we see Ratego Baditswe in share doing an absolute job on Ty Furlong, who continues to be rated as the number one prop in loose head tight head in the world. I tell you what, I reckon Frans Maherba gets very disrespected there, but we'll see, I suppose, how they all go this afternoon. So welcome to the stream. If you are new, by the way, I'm happy to have you. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are on the road to 70,000 subscribers, so please make sure that you do come and join the family by subscribing to the channel. A rousing rendition of the national anthem there. Both national anthems sung very, very well. We've got afters on their feet. We've had Dricus du Plessis out there, and it's going to be absolutely mental when we finally have this kickoff, which is coming very, very shortly. So welcome to the stream, everybody. If you are new, Sadaka playing in our alternative jersey, which is a third kit, actually. We've obviously got... we always wear our alternative kit when we play against Ireland, and that is not going to change today, for example. We've also got we can't wear the Checker C61 because of the sort of the pattern there also does clash. So we are in that alternative kit that we saw during the World Cup. So then once off, basically once, and they actually have released a special edition of this particular jersey for today's the one that we're wearing so you can actually go buy it. So here we go. The last few words with the teams and Springbok huddle, and then we will have kickoff. So welcome to the stream if you are new. Let's settle in, get your score predictions in. I'm going to come to you in just a second. I'm just making sure that everything is working across the way so we don't have issues with scoreboards and the likes of that. And then we can really settle in and start to enjoy everything ahead of us, because we're going to have an actually phenomenal game. I am buzzing with excitement, because this is the biggest game we've had in a very, very long time. And let's go to the comments, shall we, and see what everybody got to say. So I'm looking for some score predictions here, people. Who's putting some predictions down? Jack Kraus says 23-20 for the Boks. Gary van Breda has gone 12-28 Bokke, and we are going to have kickoff very shortly. Ireland will be playing right to left. Peter Omani winning the kickoff, by the way. George Dunn saying that was a great rendition of the SA anthem. Nice. Anyway, come on, Ireland. Papa Rumble saying, always amuse me, the amount of people that ask if they can watch the games. Yeah, you unfortunately can't show that, but as again, there is a guide in the description for how to watch the game. Mikhail earlier saying, mark my words, Sasha will play 150 plus tests for the Bokke. I do think he might be a test match centurion. We've never had anybody from the Springboks go that. We do have kickoff. Jack Crowley gets us underway, and Ebenezer goes, sorry, Franco Mossa goes up and takes the ball very, very well. Good start that from Franco, and Faf de Klerk now will look to clear his lines. Remembering that if you do go past 22 kickoff, they can mark it. So looking to make it competitive. Ball goes up and it goes backwards into the hands of Jamie Osborne, the debutant, and almost called for obstruction there. Presents well. Crowley goes to Joe McCarthy, who loses the ball forward in the tackle by Kwaka Smith. Turnover ball here. Bongi Manambi brought down by Craig Casey on the halfway line. Pops out to Faf de Klerk. Goes to Currie Arendse. Currie Arendse looking to keep ball in hand. Out towards the 10-meter line. Has been stopped. And now the assistance comes in from Sia Kolisi. His captain. Ball available for Faf de Klerk. Now down the right-hand side. Too fast for Herbert the fridge. Solid carry there from Owen France. Faf de Klerk now going. Skipping to Etzebeth to Ratekova to Oxen Share. Solid cackle on him. And losing a bit of momentum. Now Damien Delendi goes short to Peter Steff the Toy. Cam Doris looking to try and get over that ball. And Faf de Klerk almost, that's great hands from Faf de Klerk. Almost losing the ball forward and then just tapping it backwards to Etzebeth. Etzebeth doing his best to roll and present the ball to de Klerk, which he does. Now goes to Kwaka Smith. He wasn't quite expecting that. Wasn't really the option on, to be perfectly honest. But ball is available. Not too much momentum at the moment. Goes back to 100 Pollard in the pocket, who goes up. And Currie Arendse is circling. Jamie Osborne around there as well. It's a good take from Jamie Osborne. Solid tackle that from Jesse Creel. Craig Casey searching for that ball deep inside Irish territory now. First carry of the day. Peter Marnie fixes it inside to Tyke Byrne. Craig Casey now looking for a blocker in the form of Andrew Porter. He's going to go to the boot himself. And there he goes. Craig Casey, the most liked replacement for Jamison Gibson Park. Good take from Villaroo under the high ball there. Pressure being exerted on him by Calvin Nash. The Irish players, by the way, have their names on the back of the jersey. So nice way to try and remember who's who. France Maherba, solid carry from him. And Andre Pollard, long pass out towards Damien Delendi. Bit of space. Delendi going to Peter Steff the Toy. Peter Steff the Toy has got Chetan Colby outside him. Goes himself, then throws it back inside to Damien Delendi, who's very isolated. And Chetan Colby then does arrive, as does Kwaka Smith. Faf de Klerk now to Oxen. Sorry, it's Mongi Manambi. A quick pass for Pollard. Flat now from Willie Leroux. Bit of space for Jesse Creel to attack. Creel goes to Kolisi. Kolisi to Currie Arendse. Currie Arendse. Has he got the pace? It's over. What a start. There we go. Thank you very much. Easy as you like. The boring Springbok rugby has scored a try within 3 minutes. And what a try that is. Goodness me. You will not see better rugby than that. Sucker John Kerwin. You want to come here and talk about our boring rugby? How is that for a start? Going right to left. Jesse Creel attacking the space. What an offload this is from Sia Kolisi as well. And Villaroo just drifting now. Jesse Creel sees the space, straight and slightly. Draws on the two, gives it to Kolisi. One, bang. Currie Arendse work to do. Bang inside of Jamie Osborne he goes. Welcome to Test Rugby. And Currie Arendse says, thank you very much. I'll add another try to my name. And that a very impressive record continues to grow for Currie Arendse. So what a try that is. That really is something special. And Hunter Pollard, no issues with the kicking there. And that is the perfect start. You honestly could not have asked for a better start than that. It does not get better than that, in fact. That's great hands from Kolisi. I always enjoy seeing Kolisi when he's out, when he finds himself out wide. Well, there we go. 7-0 within 5 minutes. And because I'm going to get Currie Arendse a smaller shirt here. Come on, people. This is getting a bit hectic. Deep restart that. And Kwaka Smith has spilt it into touch. Come on, Kwaka is so much better than that. So frustrating as well. So that'll be an Ireland line-out. Not the restart we would have liked. And that's how you undo a lot of good work, unfortunately. So not the best moment there from Kwaka Smith. No contest there. So Ireland on the front foot through Bundy Aki. Jack Crowley is marshalling his fence. Craig Casey goes short. Peter O'Mahony pops it to Robbie Henshaw. That's good. That's all. Jamie Osborne. Oh, that's a great tackle by Franco Mostert. Almost a bit of space out wide there. Craig Casey now on the right-hand side. Andrew Porter goes short. Goes into Evan Etzebeth. Kwaka Smith lurking to try and make amends for that knock-on. Dan Shear now just fighting hard, eventually brought down. Casey goes to Porter. Porter goes short. And held up and driven backwards. In fact, they're trying to hold him up there. Really good defense that Damien Delendi showing his strength. Now Tyke Byrne Good tackle that. It's Kwaka Smith and Damon Delende. Once again, Damon Delende driving hard. Kwaka Smith desperately trying to rip the ball and tackle. There is a penalty advantage. A new advantage as well. It's a bit up too quickly. So there will be a penalty here for Ireland. Still a penalty advantage here. Pop up the Casey and JC Creel's come through, and that was no issue there. But penalty for offside was the original one, so they'll go back for the penalty. Lots of pressure now. Yeah, just slightly off the line there. There's nothing time. I think we're going to see a tap and go here from Ireland. Sheehan does tap and go. Andrew Porter lurking. A bit of a wraparound now for Kellen Doris. Solid defense so far. Now it's Tyke Furlong. Goes to Dan Sheehan once again. Inches short on the front foot. And they've knocked it on. They've knocked it on. Come on. Great defense. Absolutely great defense. Resolute there is the only way to describe that. Very, very good stuff that. And it looks like there's some afters between the players. Bongi Manambi is saying hello to Andrew Porter. The two scrum-offs getting involved as well. Chesn Colby giving James Lowe a bit of a hug. So they're always going to see the likes of an Andrew Porter involved in any sort of ruckus. And Bongi Manambi also very, very happy to get involved and say, how's it? Just how's it? Saying, seeing what's cooking here. So we're going to have the first scrum of the day. I think it's going to be an interesting battle, actually. I'm very keen to see how this goes. Right, the front row away. So we are heavier. And that is Francois Herbert doing his business well. Oxen Chair also. But Oxen Chair, I think, is probably one of the best scrummers in the world. Very, very excited to see how the scrum goes. The back row is heavy from Ireland. That's because you got Kwaka Smith there, who is obviously not the biggest. And unfortunately, yeah, I had a bit of a poor moment earlier on Kwaka Smith, which is why all of a sudden we're on our own try line. But so far, we repelled it. So no harm done just yet. Massive, massive shove that from Ireland. But ball is available at the back. Kwaka Smith goes to Chesn Colby. Right up against the touchline. Chesn Colby has a massive kick downfield. Oh, I tell you what, that is absolutely sensational. That might be one of the best kicks I've ever seen. I mean, he was right up against the touchline, and he's found touch. I think it's past the 10-meter line. Jamie Osborne letting it go. A difficult one to try and get. I mean, that must have been on the line. And let's have a look at that. I don't think he touches it. He does touch it, so it will be a South African line as well. Nervy for Jamie Osborne. Could have let it go. I think just gets it slightly wrong. Does touch it as it goes out. So that will be a South African line inside Ireland territory. So it is a South African line on the 10-meter line inside Ireland territory. Here we go. Bongi Manambi with ball in hand up, and expect Franco Mostert probably to be the target here. Next we go to the front of the line to Evan Etzebeth. It is Franco Mostert. He goes up and takes it well. Checklist to use it quickly. Goes to Faf de Klerk. Goes flat to Jesse Creel. Big carry that from Jesse. Quick play from Faf. PSF 20 first receiver. Kwaka Smith second receiver. Andre Pollard chips in behind with that left boot. It's a little bit too much, and James Lowe will dab it down for a goal line dropout. Already we are seeing a difference in the way Springboks are looking to play. Andre Pollard now, and he said that he wasn't aware that Tony Brown had said that he wanted to bring him back to his roots, which I think is a bit of nonsense. I think he was always going to, he'll be very, very aware of the fact that that's what Tony Brown's busy been coaching them and stuff like that. So, yeah, but anyway, we're already seeing a very different sort of shape from the Springboks. They are looking to keep it in play. They've, a couple of interesting nuts. The first, second receivers there, for example. And that's another drop there from Kwaka Smith, really struggling under the high ball. So uncharacteristic of somebody with his skill set, and a penalty actually for Ireland then for knock it on. So not a good start here from Kwagga Smith. Has to try and get that right now. Not worried though. Not worried. If there's one person who knows how to affect the game, it's Kwagga Smith. He's going to get involved in so many things throughout the rest of the day game that I still reckon we're in for a good game here from Kwagga, who's finally getting the respect he deserves, really. Bit of a strange penalty there when you think there was a knock-on. As soon as that we got the ball back, it should have been called as the knock-on. So a strange one that from Luke Pierce, to be perfectly honest. Now Damon Delaney making use of himself at the breakdown. I'm not inside block territory. Dan Sheehan goes to tight burn. Big tackle coming from Oxen Chair. Kwagga Smith. Oh, I tell you what. It's Oxen Chair's been pinged for not rolling. Kwagga Smith had ripped it already and was off. And I think the rip was perfectly legal, but he's pinged Oxen Chair for not rolling. So, decision time, yeah. Looks like they are going to take the points. Try and get themselves on the board here, Ireland. I'm going to get myself a beer. I think that's what I need. Right. And the best sound in the world is this. Where is shh. Ah. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal sound, that. Well, cheers, people. Samuel Kiwi saying, it's interesting that they spoke about the number 8 and high balls on box office and passes past week. I think that's something that Dwayne Fenner was just so good at. You know, it didn't matter where that ball went. As long as it was in the air, Dwayne Fenner was taking it 9 times out of 10. And Jack Crowley, by the way, has nailed that and brought Ireland back into the game. 7 points to 3. There is the Irish contingent. Always strong chatter as the Irish in terms of their fans. Right, down the right-hand side, Chesney Colby gives chase very deep to Craig Casey. Craig Casey, with that left boot of his, has found a very good touch finder. Very big fan of Craig Casey. I think, I don't think he's not Jamison Gibson Park, who, at risk of upsetting all the Anton DuPont fans, I think was probably the best player in the Six Nations, to be perfectly honest. I think that he's become so important. It's a great line out of the way for Etzebeth and the front foot here. Andre Pollard to Jesse Creel being here at his space. But yeah, I think James Gibson Park is the Irish most important player. I think missing him is going to be huge. But I'm a big Craig Casey fan. Now it's a good wrap around here for Pollard. Goes to the boot there. Little chip ahead there on the boot there. Jamie Osborne is backtracking and Colby is there. Big counter rack coming in from the box. Bongi Manambi there. Ireland have scrambled back and secured it. But you can see already a couple of grubbers here from Andre Pollard. Kwagga Smith lurking, looking to try and affect the turnover at the breakdown. Now they go back to the pocket. They go to Crowley. And will find touch, but not as good a touch find as Craig Casey earlier. So staying inside Irish territory, that is the main thing. The world champions have definitely been the dominant side early on. They repelled that sort of 5-minute onslaught. But for the balance of the game, have had the momentum. Question is, can we capitalize on it? Can we make it count? So Bongi Manambi with ball in hand here on the 10-meter line. Eben Etzebeth looking for Frank Moss an option as well. It looks like it's going to be Eben Etzebeth at the back. It's a great line on that. It's actually pierced at the toy in the end. Pollard goes to Damon Delendy. Goes to Sia Kolisi. Bang! Dumps it down over Henshaw. What a hit that is. And a penalty as well. We'll take it. We'll take it. Actually, I think it's actually stopping the clock because of Robbie Henshaw. He's looking a little bit groggy after that hit. What a hit that is from Sia Kolisi. Goodness me. Bang and sit down. Let's have a look at this hit over here. Damon Delendy popping it short to Sia Kolisi. using him as a battering ram, and bang. I mean, it's not even like it's bad tackle technique that from Robbie Henshaw, but he's been sat down. I think I felt it hit from here. Bang. Woof. Woof. This is what happens when you call CF fat, eh? So we are having a check here on Robbie Henshaw. What a player he is. I mean, the center depth for Ireland. Robbie Henshaw, Gary Ringrose, Bundy Aki, disgustingly good. Kurtap saying, on vacation Athens, DS2 catch up doesn't pick up the side. Thanks for coming the live. Well, thank you very much for joining us. By the way, make sure you should smash like, by the way. We're 4 likes short of 200 likes. And go and vote. Again, if you're looking for a stream, check out the description. Got a bit of a guide on how to watch all the action. 54 matches as captain, by the way. He's the second most capped captain of all time. He will probably not overtake John Smith, who captained the Springboks a whopping 83 times. Robbie Henshaw, by the way, is okay to continue. We will resume with a scrum. It wasn't a penalty. It was just a stoppage because of the head injury there. The way that Robbie Henshaw went down, and Pierce siding on the side of caution, which I don't mind, to be fair. It was such a big hit. I would also stop the game and make sure he's all right. But Kolisi just saying, how's it? Sit down, feel that ground. You see this hard high fault? Yeah, welcome. Welcome to the game. Things are falling over here. Right, big scrum needed here from South Africa. It was a huge shove earlier from Ireland. Somebody in the comments records an early engagement. Let's see what we're going to have to see. We have a stand-up. We're going to have a reset now. Andrew Porter having a word with the referee. Well, what's interesting, I think, and that's definitely a Tony Brown influence, it's been interesting to see who's been in the midfield and who's been the ball carriers. So, for example, that's the second time we've seen Kolisi out wide in those channels looking to be a ball carrier. We've seen Peter Steph Toy at first receiver. I mean, it's like the last person you probably ever see at first receiver. So there's no doubt that there has been a change in the way that the Boks are playing and executing it very well at the moment. And that's a nice looking scrum. Big bit of a counter there from Andrew Porter. Ball available for Faf de Klerk. Goes to Andre Pollard. Pollard goes flat for Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel got a bit of space. Gets off it away. It's not backwards off James Lowe. And Jason Colby comes away with it. Pops up to Faf de Klerk. On the bounce to Kwaka Smith. That's a nice take from him. Boks still on the front foot here. And gets a penalty right in front. And that's a well-milled penalty. In front of the Poles. Take the points. Let's make it 10 points to 3, boys. Joe McCarthy just on the floor. They're not able to get out of Faf de Klerk's way, who really did milk that very well. And we'll take the points. Mikhail was saying, by the way, Boks are attacking. We might get a high-scoring match. Well, I hope so. And Saf Kiwi saying, it's very New Zealand to have Lucy's playing wide on attack. Well, as I said, that is the Tony Brown influence. You can already see a difference in the sort of the shape. Andre Pollard's got a 77% kicking percentage for his career. And that looks good from Andre Pollard. So South Africa do extend their lead to 10 points to 3 after 17 minutes. It's felt like an entire game. It's been so action-packed. And look at that bomb squad looking ready. Oh, there's Gayton! Gayton McKenzie, our newly elected sports minister, who, fun fact, is a convicted criminal, actually. It served time, but is now reformed and has just been a member of the parliament and a minister of sport. And he's there, and I tell you what, he's a good laugh on Twitter, if nothing else. We're actually potentially trying to see if we can even maybe get him onto the channel, which would be very cool. But he's over there, loving life. He's out and running. He decided he can't be fat. He's going to be the minister of sport. So enjoy the hustle. Right, Kwaka Smith underneath it, much safer hands. And spinning in the tackle as well. Use it as the Koya from Faf de Klerk. Now here we go. Curtly answer is no. They're going to go look for touch there. Faf de Klerk. Obviously, the big thing over there, you can hear from the referee saying use it. Part of the new laws, they really try and speed up that time, that scrum halves take to use the ball, and if they don't, then they will get a free kick. And we saw it in, I think it was an 20 match I was watching on Thursday, and I think it was the Argentinian number 9 who got pinged for that. Right, anyway, Ireland line out. Oh, Dan Sheehan almost about to say, hey, you got that wrong there. I think it was Book. He tried to play it off, but it is a free kick there. So looking a little bit rattled, Ireland at the moment. And Peter O'Mahony has got all the experience in the world to calm things down, but not really going the way of the Irish so far. And it's important for us to take advantage of that and make sure they're the mana. I say, well, Karki's out there looking at apparently some pretty impressive outfits over at Loftus. And it's a free kick. So 100 Pod, I think, will probably tap this up and potentially put this high in the air, would be my guess. Nope. Yeah, he does. He just hoists this. Kurt Lawrence is going to give chase. Jamie Osborne takes it well. But then runs into Evan Etzebeth. So back inside Ireland territory at the moment. Craig Casey. And that's not gone particularly far. A couple of runners there. It's allowed to bounce. Francois Herbert dives on that like he dives on a garage pie at 4 a.m. And Willie LaRue now, the cross kick, seeing a bit of space in behind for Chesney Colby to run towards. And it'll run into touch, but that's not a bad kick at all. A nice option that from Willie LaRue. Edging ever nearer to those 100 caps at potential test match centurion. Enrico de Klerk saying, box to be determined and daring to clinch it. Savvy Kiwi saying, Gayton did it for the free tickets. Yeah, listen, whenever you see any sort of man of importance, you'll always see him at a Springbok game. Springbok game is where you want to be seen. You got Kian Healy in the chat, so busy jumping in from the bench. Good to see. Welcome, Kian. Good luck for when you come on later. Right, Dan Sheehan now. Ball in hand. We hit the 20-minute mark. Officially halfway through the first half. A quarter of the game gone. 7 points, the difference. They go to the front of the line. 2, Peter O'Mahony. And James Lowe, first receiver, goes to Crowley, who goes to the boot, lifting it high towards that right-hand side. And who wants this? It's gone straight through and off the knee, I think, of Osborne. This will be a knock-on, but it's actually ended up in the hands of Kurt Lawrence, so we'll go back for the knock-on. Pierce reckons it wasn't knock-on and actually backwards off South Africa, so I think it'll actually be an Ireland line-out. Now the call's come from the side. It will, in fact, be a scrum. Right, so scrum, yeah. And with 3 handling errors so far from Ireland, and big opportunity at scrum time here for the Boks. It's a much better scrum, although it's been a very, very evenly contested scrum. So again, if you're looking to check the match, check out the description. There is a link over there on how you can watch it. ExpressVPN, you can go to NZR Plus. It's free, and it does work. Somebody messaged me earlier saying that they were watching the Wallabies game using that. Now a bit of a wraparound from Pollard to Shirley Aronson. Nice little move that from the box. After Clerk back on the angle to Franco Mostert. Gets away from 2 and Tyke Burn over, which is always a bit scary. After Clerk just throwing that a bit blindly. Riluru is throwing an intercept to Dan Sheehan, who slips, thankfully. Bit predictable that from Riluru. Not his best path. Craig Casey now goes to Kellen Doris. Now, short to Osborne. And the gap closed, but Kolisi completes the tackle. Him and Jesse Creel making the initial hit. Casey back to Ty Byrne. Ireland still inside their own half. We'll probably go to the butcher. And they do go back to Crowley, who lifts it high down the right-hand side. James Lowe. And Dan Sheehan. This is right up against the touchline. And the video does very well. Pops it inside to Damien Delendi. Hands off Peter O'Mahony. Then bounces off of Henshaw. Then has another go. Still going to Damien Delendi. So deceptively strong in the contact. Quite spell the first few. Pollard back to Villaroo. Has to take a bit of a moment. Going to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel through the gap. Gives it to Peter Steph to Toy. The forward out on the flank there. He's got Chester. Look at Peter Steph to Toy. Go. He's pop over the top to Colby. Steps inside on James Lowe. Still going to Chester and Colby. Kolisi eventually arrives to add the support into the 22. The box go. What a run that was for Peter Steph to Toy. Faf de Klerk now caught on the ball and loses it forward. That's frustrating. I tell you what. Champagne rugby. We've got loose forwards running in the back line. Are we the new New Zealand? You know, is this the Is this the renaissance of Springbok rugby? PSF Toy, one ball, one hand, little pop over the top there. Chase and Cobb stepping inside James Lowe. I mean, I don't want to be the one to I'm not going to brand us, the reckoning here. I'm not going to say that this is the dawn of the next generation of rugby, but I'm just saying, it wouldn't be the worst. It wouldn't be the worst shout, really. Right, big scrum here coming up. Right, big scrum here, and it's a free kick for Ireland. Springboks trying to get the shove on there. Franz Mahova wants to find out what was wrong. I don't think he'll be too upset about that. It wasn't a bad hit. Crossy saying, at least we're in the 22. Tony Brown imprint. Yeah, we're definitely seeing the Tony Brown impact. It's been very, very interesting to see how much of an impact we're already seeing. Right, gone to touch the 10-meter line. Was a free kick though, so we will have the feet at the line out. Bongi Manambi will be on line out duty now. Scrum's not been quite the weapon we've wanted it to be. Ireland have had I think they had a penalty. Or they had a free kick. They had 2 free kicks, but that's a bit of a contested line. But it comes back to Oxen Chair, so it's worked out in the end, and he managed to repel the rip from Craig Casey. Ball available for 5 to collect, just past the 10-meter line. Franz Mahova puts his head down. 5 to Clerk going to Roger Pollard. Pollard lifts it in the air. Couple of chases. Currie Arnser right up against the touchline. Comes off Currie Arnser, bounces, and Damien Delendi picks it up. Still goes Damien Delendi, eventually brought down. Caelan Doris. Ball available for 5 to Clerk. Going to Quagga Smith, pops it up to Pollard. Pollard to Villileroux. Going towards the space. Ball over the top. Colby has to come back and fetch. Might have to chip over the top of here, Colby. A little bit isolated. Gets away from James Lowe. Sneaks in between a few. And buys enough time for support to arrive. Lost a lot of momentum, though. Halfway between the 10-meter and the 22. Oxen Chair now towards the centre of the park. Being dragged through by Bongi Manambi and Franz Mahova. Popping up off the side of the ruck. Almost a bit of a spill there from Franco Moss, which almost actually works out really nice for him as he spins on the retake. And Caelan Doris has picked that up after Clerk. A little bit slow there. It's a turnover ball here for Ireland. That's a pretty poor pass, and Jack Crowley has to go back and fetch. And he will. It's carried back, I think. It is carried back, so it will be inside the 22. I was about to say. The way he kicked that so confidently, I wondered if it was not carried back. So it will be a line inside the 22. Make this count, boys. Safi Kiwi saying, Delendi is having an immense game so far. John Hoffman saying, what do you mean renaissance? We're world champs times 2 after all. No, you're right. You're right, but that's what I'm saying. Maybe this is the start of it, Back-to-back World Cups. Now we're teaching you how to play rugby in different ways. Basically, what we're saying is that we are the saviors of rugby. We're making rugby great again. Donald Trump is going to endorse our campaign. We're moving out here. Inside 22, however, we only have a 7-point advantage. So let's try and up that, shall we? Seaclis with the back to Eben Etzebeth. Etzebeth runs into, I think it's Dan Sheehan, and gets away from one. Josh van der Fleer completes the tackle. Ball available for Bongi Mbanambi, who pops up to Quagga Smith. Andrew Porter, 5 to Clerk. Surely that's being played on the ground. Penalty right in front. Thank you very much. We'll take another 3 points. It's against Andrew Porter. Things you'll have to see. Things you'll have to see. And you can just see Andrew Porter's on the floor there. He goes through and plays for the Clerk while he's on the floor, which is illegal. Gets pinged for it. Right, no issues there from Andre Pollard. Straight through the middle of the poles. Good work from him. And the Springboks open up a 10-point lead after almost half an hour. Good work that from the box. Good work that from Andre Pollard. And Loftus is absolutely rocking. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet. We did have Lucas Duplessis on the field before. We have a drinks break here. That's very interesting. We don't often see this. Not entirely sure. We've got an issue with Dan Sheehan. So we're going to have a drinks break here. I'm going to have a biltong break. And UPS having a conversation with Kolisi. What a game he's had so far. Imagine calling him fat. Imagine. These French owners, they don't respect us, eh? Taylor saying the Boks are still a bit rusty, but so far so good. Hoping for a more polished second half. Yeah, I think, is it rust or are we implementing a system we've never done it before? And there are a couple of challenges with that. I think that for me is probably maybe a bit more. Look, I mean, a couple of moments have been a bit rusty. But I think it's also a combination of the fact that this is a new game plan. We are trying new things. And you can run around at training, you know, until your heart's content. Nothing will ever replicate playing the game and the actual game itself and in the moment, for example. So I think that's the main thing. Is now all of a sudden we've got this game plan, you know, there's wraparound stuff like that. We're adding so many more different dimensions to our attack that I think that is where it's going to be quite difficult. It's going to take a while for us to sort of get going. So yeah, I think it is some of it is a bit of rustiness, but I think a lot of it is a new game plan and us trying to adjust to it as well. Quacker Smith there, good work there from the restart. Looked a bit better. He had those 2 early drops, but has been much better since then. Safi Kiwi saying, I can't wait for Marks and Cock to show up the scrum. Second half going to be tasty. Not half time yet. We've still got 10 minutes to go until half time. So plenty of time to go. And the restart there, sorry, the kick ahead rather, eventually falls to Ty Furlong. Now a bit of numbers there. CFTC has to shuffle and eventually comes into Doris and is brought down. But Quacker Smith was trying to rip in the tackle. Craig Casey now going to Jack Crowley. Going to Josh van der Fleer. Arnold's ball now getting involved in the attack. Big counter-attack that came from Bongi Manambi. Big counter-attack and penalty. I think the initial issue from Bongi Manambi was all right. He then continued to go, and that's where the issue came. So this will probably be a 3 points for Ireland. They'll try and get back within that 10-point lead. They are going to take the points of them. It makes sense. They are under a bit of pressure. So take the points on offer. Well, Scott Berger reckons that that he shouldn't have been pinged there. He reckons he's got hard done by. I think the initial issue is when he comes through, it's all right. I think then he loses his body weight and he's still continuing to try and move forward on his hands and knees. I think that is the issue that the referee, Mr. Pierce, had. So Jack Crowley will line up for a second kick of the game. He's operating at a 76% career kicks, 35 and 46. Not quite the same sort of sample size as Andre Pollard. He's been doing this for many years, but he's a good player, Jack Crowley. But that is an awful, awful kick. That's well left. Well, I'll tell you what, Bongi Manambi is going to have to go buy him a beer after that because he's given an absolute gift Right, the restart. They're promoting McCarthy. Etzebeth was desperately trying to get up there. McCarthy comes away and runs into Faf de Klerk, who basically just becomes a bit of a speed rump. Craig Casey goes to Callum Doris, pops it up to Crowley. Crowley goes short to Tyke Byrne. And that's great. That's good pressure. That's good pressure. It was a penalty advantage, but for offside, defense being a little bit over-eager there. Jesse Creel is the one. He's not entirely convinced. So to the corner this time they go to Ireland. Yeah, after missing those couple of kicks, now they're going to the corner. Right, going to the comments and what we're saying. Jan saying moving to URC was an intelligent move. In my opinion, SA has improved immensely since they joined. I tend to agree, to be honest. I do tend to agree. I think it's been a fantastic move. I was always for it. I'm still for it. I actually love doing it. I don't miss Super Rugby at all. Dan Sher coming with the back, giving it inside to Calvin Nash, who then runs into a Bongi Manambi and Faf de Klerk and all his blind there, holding on, trying to rip that ball. I don't know if that's a Morgan call, but the ball is available. Andrew Porter now runs into Frans Maherba, stands tall. Sia Kolisi takes a bit of a run and gets involved in the ruck. Now goes to Joey McCarthy. Nice and low goes Franco Mostert. Didn't miss a single tackle the entire playoff segment of last year's World Cup, Franco Mostert. How immense is that? Quarterfinal, semi-finals, final, didn't miss a tackle. That's called rising to the occasion, eh? Slow ball here. Craig Casey looking for options. Going to Caelan Doris. He runs into Franco Mostert and Damon Delendi. Slips the foot of Mostert. Now Craig Casey going to Dan Sheehan. And the ball comes forward and back into the hands of James Lowe. No knock on or anything like that. 6 phases or so here for Ireland. Craig Casey going to Tyke Furlong. Runs to his opposite number, Frans Maherba. Craig Casey now to Jack Crowley. Crowley comes to the inside. 8 phases. Patient work here from Ireland, but the box standing tall. They lost a bit of momentum, in fact. Very good defenses from the box. They're going further and further back here, Ireland. Pollard drops to the deck to try and make sure he doesn't get pinged for offside. And once again, Cam Doris goes in and Etzebeth and Franco Mostert pushing him behind the gain line. Crowley, long pass out wide, bit of space for Dan Sheehan. Villaroo. Oh, that's a great offload, it must be said. Great scramble defense. That'll be surely forward. Jamie Osborne's over, but I don't think it's going to count. Surely not. It is. Ah, shit. I thought that was going forward because we didn't have a camera angle of it. That might be one of the coolest tries you'll see in a while, actually. Like, I'm hacked, but at the same time, jeepers, that was good. And to be fair, what a nice moment that is from Jamie Osborne. That's his first try on debut. Let's have a look at this from this angle here. It's this offload here from Dan Sheehan. Just pops around the back for James Lowe. Chesney Colby comes and makes the hit. And then Lowe throws it back inside. Oh, no, it is. It's backwards. And almost a bit of a fumble from Jamie Osborne. I must admit, on first view, I didn't see how that wasn't going to be forward. But looking back at this now, because we didn't actually really see the angle. Does he step out here? Does he step out here? I think he's actually fine, you know. And the ball goes back to Osborne. He then fumbles, regathers, and over. I think this will be fine. Yeah, I think it's going to... I'll tell you what. That's a good... It's the Dan Sheehan offload for me. That was really, really good. Bugger. Bugger. Well, that wasn't part of the plan. Not part of the plan. But, yeah, I can't hate a bet on good rugby, and that was very good rugby. Crowley going to the left-hand side. It's not a great kick from him. He's not got kicking boots on, which is exciting news for Springbok fans. That's not been fantastic for him. But looking back at this try, it is gorgeous, to be fair. It's great work from James Lowe. I'm not James Lowe's biggest fan as a person after he took those shots at the box, and it's just very unnecessary. But That was a good offload back inside. And Jamie Osborne, what a moment it is on debut to get himself a try is very, very special. But enough of that. Back to it. We've still got a 5-point lead as Pollard goes very, very deep from the restart. Craig Casey underneath it. He had a bit of time to find that clearance. Looked like he sort of came off the side of his boot a little bit, so I don't think it's got as much distance as you would like. In fact, yeah, very much not the case. 22 meters. We will have the line out. Just under 4 minutes on the clock. And let's move, boys. Let's move. John Burns saying, what a great way to celebrate your first international cap by Osborne. Yeah, no, look, as I said, even South Africans, I think, are all sitting there going, shit, that's well played. We can give credit where credit is due. We can. But now we need to respond with a try of our own. So we're going for the rolling more here. Bongi Manambi taking a while to join, but now we're going to go put the pedal on the metal here. Faf de Klerk looking for options. Once is the call. He has to use it now. There's no twice. Use it as the call. Faf de Klerk goes to Damien de Linde. He's had a very strong first half. Looking to try and hold him up, though. I think they're going to, by the way. Yeah, far too upright there in the tackle there. And I think that's actually been ripped by Bandiaki. So I think ball will be available for Ireland. Bit poor from Damien de Linde. Just as I said there, how's that for commentators cursed? Craig Casey, short to Dan Sheehan. Sheehan taking a bit of time and then decides to put the pedal down. Wrapped up by Franco Mostert. Big counteract coming through from Franco Mostert. They do have to use the ball, go to Joe McCarthy. And I think Craig Casey now will go back to Jack Crowley, who will clear his lines. So it's James Lowe with a thumping big left boot, and this will travel far up in the high fault. Billy LaRue collects inside his own 22, points to the sky. Does Andre Pollard? Billy LaRue wants to run though. He reckons he sees a bit of space. Gives it to see a Kolisi on the angle. Kolisi gets past one. Ball available there for Faf de Klerk. Pops it up to Oxen Chair. Franco Mostert, ever the workhorse, is available. Now that's been taken out. That's so blatant. Penalty. Take the points. Take the points. Faf de Klerk wanted to take quickly. Just shoving off Josh van der Vliet, saying, you are a disgrace to the Van der Vliet name. And I think it's actually the first time we've seen James Lowe kick, by the way. They use his boots so often to get them out of trouble. It's like kind of a bit of a go-to for Ireland. So it's interesting that we've only seen it now. It's taken a while to get there. But that's the second time Andrew Porter's been penalised. It's pretty poor from him, to be perfectly honest. Not quite sure what he thinks is going to happen there. Alke24 says, what an amazing way to score for Ireland, but Aki has been quiet this game. Shh, long may that continue. I do not need to see the Bandiaki I saw during the World Cup. Because that Bandiaki was like single-handedly trying to win games. It was a privilege to watch when he's not playing against my team. What a special player he's become, Bandiaki. You remember how he was a surprise selection for the British and Irish Lions? You look at him now and you think, oof. And Andre Pollard, is that going to come in? That's not the greatest kick from him. It goes down the right-hand side. So Bucky's words there in the crowd, watching on. And with 4 seconds to go, that will probably be this will be the final play of the half. HJ McDonald saying, how good was that little sneaky wraparound pass on the last try? No, it was very nice. I'm happy to admit, good try. I can appreciate good rugby. We can all appreciate good rugby. And that was good rugby. Now, Jack Crowley, we get things underway. And I think the Boks with a 5-point lead are very much going to kick this. And Billy LaRue is going to say, thank you very much. No, he pops it inside to Kwaka Smith. Kwaka Smith's going to put his head down. He wants to have a go at Kwaka Smith. Gets away from two. Still going as Kwaka Smith. Faf de Klerk now going to Pollard. To Billy LaRue. Long pass out towards Jesse Creel comes inside. And they managed to keep him aside as well. Available for Faf de Klerk up towards the 10-meter line. Back inside to Damien de Linde. Fires up to Francois Herbert. Oh, Francois Herbert trying to pull off in about 4th gear. Bit of a wheel spin there for France. Chesson Colby's been lined up and hit by Robbie Henshaw, doing well to present to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel will just run this hard and straight. Still on the 10-meter line now. Faf de Klerk looking for options. Goes to Bongi Imbanambi. Reteko Baditwe there. And Kaelan Doris has burgled that. I'm not sure from where. And I think Ireland will probably say that's enough. Craig Casey does, in fact, say that's enough. Right, half-time. Springboks 13, Ireland 5. What a half of rugby that is. Really, really impressive from both sides, to be fair. Very much living up to the occasion. We've seen some great rugby. We've seen 2 proper tries. Currie Lawrence and Magic before Dan Sheehan linking up with James Lowe. Also in very impressive fashion. We will be back shortly after the break. Don't go away. Make sure you hang around. And we will see you guys in a little bit. Right, and we are live. Hello and welcome to both camps. Yes, that was up the road. To the outclass, I put a call for the coach, Nash, and very relaxed. Well, in all fairness, if we won the World Cup, everybody will also be asking us to come on podcast, but nobody wants to speak to us. So, it's not wrong. It's to acknowledge that basically he's done well.
background. The reality is, I think it's gone past that stage. unfortunately, and the only way I see it not happening, because I know the fans will sing it. I heard it in Twickenham last weekend.
The Rassie song as opposed to Zombie itself.
The Rassie song.
Yeah.
I saw it. I heard it just being sung by the crowd.
Yeah.
With no prompt whatsoever. So that's going to happen with no prompt whatsoever. Whether they play it over the big speaker and maybe some powers that be, kind of relay a message to be like, listen, we're not going to play it. I imagine it is going to get played, though. It absolutely is.
Yeah, I don't think, especially the Loftus DJ has come under a bit of fire lately. I don't think he's got quite the I don't think he's clued up enough to understand the potential ramifications of it to not play it. It'll be one of those things that'll definitely get played. It's an interesting situation, isn't it? Look, to be fair, there has been criticism even for the fact that the Irish fans sing it and that it has become a bit of a rugby anthem, which sometimes some people are saying sort of trivializes the meaning of the song. My controversial opinion is I don't particularly like the Rassie song because I've just heard it so many effing times. Going around France and like every single bar to this to that coming back and every single bar and it gets sung, so it's just been sung to death.
That, but then you've had 2 pints and then all of a sudden it's impossible not to sing.
Well, we'll see this weekend. I think if Ireland do go out and hammer us, maybe we might not be singing it for much longer.
The winner earns the right to sing the song, right? I think the song is going to be sung regardless. Like you can,
You're certainly not stopping the South Africans from singing it. Put it that way.
You absolutely aren't, and I think there's maybe an acknowledgement of like its significance, but everyone's saying, well, like this is being sung. It's been sung for a long time, and or it's more that it's just picked on and it's become bigger than the song itself. And it's almost like this is how we defend Rassie. This the Messiah himself, and this literally every single Springbok fan in Loftus does view Rassie as exactly that. So it's going to be hard to persuade him otherwise, but. Stevie, let's quickly get into the lineups and or what's been announced for the weekend. We don't have the Ireland team. We do have.
Well, we do have the Ireland team. Yeah, I was about to say we've got the Ireland team that Rassie Erasmus is expecting. And to be fair, everyone's talking about like he's the genius. He's predicted the Ireland team. If you do believe that, then you have been watching Ireland because a 5-year-old could predict that Ireland team. One thing about Andy Farrell is that he does not adjust to other teams. He's got his 23 and. We basically can pick it.
He also, he also did this with England at the semi-final of the World Cup.
Yeah,
he also predicted their team. It's not unlike him.
The England prediction was more fun because then they were still sort of playing around with what's going to happen, for example. Whereas this Irish team, England, it's not. I mean, Andy Farrell's not going to suddenly put Dan Sheehan on the bench this weekend and be like, "Oh, that's a big one," and like he's not going to suddenly bring Josh van der Fleer off the bench and be like, "Oh, that's like a bomb squad." Like we know what the Ireland team is going to be this weekend. The only call inverted commas is going to be Craig Casey or Conor Murray to start, but I think it's inevitable Craig Casey will start because he's the closest to a Jamison Gibson Park alternative.
I also think it's quite funny because I think it's a bit of a spite at all other coaches just to show them how much flexibility he has and how he never picks the same team twice already. We did see some consistency, and this team is probably the most consistent one we saw.
Yeah, I was about to say, because at the same time, we've also picked the second most experienced team ever.
Yeah.
So it's not like there are a lot of, there's not a lot of new faces this weekend. There are some, but...
Even the fact that we picked the most experienced team, there are still surprises in there.
Surprises on the bench. I think the only surprise in the starting lineup was going to be Bongi or Malcolm to start, and he was going to be at 8.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it, Stevie. We've got Box, Bongi, and France on that front row. As you said, Bongi selected to start over Malcolm, which was the inverse during Wales. Then we've got Eben and Franken Mostert in the 4-5 combination. We've got 6 captain Sia Kolisi, as we predicted a couple of weeks ago. So we are unbelievably glad to have him back, and just can't wait to hear the reception that he gets just back in South Africa. It's going to be huge. And then at 7, Peter Steph du Toit. 8 is the big one in Kwagga Smith, retiring from the bomb squad and now into the starting lineup. It'll be interesting to see how many minutes he gets through. 9-10 is the classic 500 Pollard combination, and then the back line is as normal as it gets. Currie Arendse coming back miraculously quickly from that cheekbone injury. Then he's paired up with Cheslin Colby at 14 on the other wing, with Willie Leroux at the back, coming in, having just off the back of that URC final, and then the centre pairing, which is going to equal the record of Jean de Villiers and Jacques Ferry in Jesse Kriel and Damien Dialindi in 13 and 12.
I'm not sure I'm ready for, by the way, I'm just on that, I'm not sure I'm ready for there to be a centre pairing with more caps than Ferry and de Villiers. Like, that's quite emotional for me.
It is, and also
that was my childhood.
And even if Lucanio was picked with
Damien
Dialindi, they would have equaled it. Would have gone ahead. So the
fact that Jacques and Jacques could be down to third within a matter of like 3 or 4 tests is also again, it's a pretty emotional one for me. Those were my boys.
Yeah, no, that's just like peak 2009 book supremacy. Jacques Ferry is just what a guy, what a player.
Yeah, the largest chest in rugby.
Yeah, yeah, and the best try I've ever seen scored for any Springbok. Stevie, let's jump straight into that number 8 discussion, and the big one is that Evan Roos has been left out, who's the natural 8 that everyone saw replacing. Obviously the retiring Dwayne Vermeulen and Jasper Wiese, who is on a suspension right now because of a tip tackle. So he's not going to be playing at all this series. Evan Roos is the natural 8. Obviously, Kwagga has played a lot there. He played there a couple of weekends ago. But that is the biggest surprise, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it is, but I think at the end of the day, we have to have a breakdown threat. We've got to slow down that Irish ruck speed. And I think there's 2 things. I think slowing down the Irish ruck speed from a breakdown point of view, when you don't have Malcolm Mark starting, you need that fixture. You've also got no Stephen Kitsoff. I think that's made a big difference. So you don't have him as the extra fetcher, because you all know, despite being a prop, he's one of the best fetchers in that team. Yeah. The breakdown's going to be incredibly important. It's been mentioned in the various press conferences, for example. It's why you've got a Markov starting on the bench as well. Instead of going for somebody like a Ben Jason Dixon, for example, who's maybe a bit more versatile, or going with an Evan Roos as a natural 8 replacement. So, I also think that, Evan Roos he had a decent game against Wales, but I think he had a very non-Springbok 8th man game in terms of that. They always talk about their battle stats, and that being more than just running 50 meters with the ball and breaking line breaks. A number 8 for the Boks always characteristically carried very strong into contact, been very reliable under the high ball, for example, usually and hitting a lot of rucks and wearing down opposition. And Evan Roos is a very different type of an 8 from that. He loves to be in around the fringes, for example, loves to get himself into a bit of space, and I think that it'll be the rucks, and also I think the massive thing for Kwagga Smith is his defense, his scramble defense. This Ireland team, it's going to be such a nerve-wracking watch, and we've seen it before, because they are going to break our line several times this weekend. That's going to happen. With their attacking shape, the way they play the game, they will be breaking our line several times, and having that sort of scramble defense is going to be massive, and that's where somebody like Kwagga Smith comes into his own. He's got so much pace around the park. It is interesting not having a genuine replacement for him. He's the only one there who, is a genuine 8 option. He's played once there this season for Racing.
Yeah, you could probably slot in Markov and Staden if you wanted to. But yeah, as you said, not a genuine 8, but I mean, we have seen this is what. And what's interesting is even Evan Roos actually started playing a bit of 7 this year. And
we've seen Ulrich Lowe, for example, play 7 and 8. We've seen Pepsi playing 8 and 6. Evan Roos actually playing a lot at 6 as well. So we've seen all these guys sort of starting to play in different positions, because we all know that, especially in the Springbok side, versatility is what gets you through. There's a certain Sasha Famagomazulu in that number 23 jersey who is there. I want to say simply there, but he is there because he is a utility player. If it was just a case of wanting a fly-off on the bench, it would have been Monty Liebach.
Yeah. No, exactly. And let's get into Sasha, because he has jumped the gun and become that extra. You know, there's always the scrum half, and then there's one extra who is going to be that extra person. It has been, you know, Money before. Sometimes it's been Villy, when usually it was actually, I think it was Villy at the World Cup, when
But only if Damien Williams is starting.
Only if Damien Williams was starting. That's what I was going to say. Obviously.
Right, we are back for the second half, and what a half to come. And we are currently sitting 13 points to 8. 5-point advantage so far for the Boks. It was a really impressive half. Could have been more impressive if we're going to be very critical, for example, because I do feel that we had the dominance to score more points. You know, I think only scoring one try, for example, when we had so many opportunities, maybe is a bit frustrating, but genuinely very, very happy. We'll be playing right to left now in this half. Concept pod is going to get underway. And we're closing on that 69,000 mark, by the way. So big shout out to everybody who has come and gotten involved. Let's get earlier. We play it underway. Good take from Joe McCarthy out of the night sky. And you can definitely tell playing it locked. It's a bit dark on screen, must admit. Peter Omani taking it there. You can just see a couple of cameras now adjusting their filters and stuff like that. James Lowe giving chase. Billy LaRue, that's a very good take from Billy LaRue. Popping it up to Faf de Klerk as well. Now, Franco Moss looking for options. Pops it up to Pollard. Pollard decides to go himself. Faf de Klerk surveying his options. Goes to the right-hand side of Bongi Manami. Popping up to Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith fighting hard. Had a slow start to the game, Quacker Smith, but definitely going into it. Faf de Klerk now. Billy LaRue delaying his pass. It's a bit back to PSF Toy. Up against the angle. Back inside. And it comes off an iron hand. Will be a South African line out. Good work that from him. Right, what are we saying, people, from half time? What are we saying? What are we saying? How are we feeling about this? I'm very happy, but again, it's still pretty close, to be fair. So difficult to sort of see which way this is going to go. I do feel that the Boks had the dominant first half, but again, only leading by 5 points. That changed like an instant. Got to start well. Syracuse goes to Faf de Klerk. Jesse Creel's carried a lot more today than we've seen him previous, which is good to see. Slow ball there from Faf de Klerk. Going to PSF's 12 first receiver. He goes to Pollard. Pollard to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue, nice little deft touch to Kurt Lawrence. Comes back inside. Good work there from Lawrence. Ball available now for Faf de Klerk, but slow ball. Pollard waits. Goes to Franco Moss, pops it up to Damien Delaney. Bit of a wraparound now. Back to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue. Long pass out towards Kolisi. You see him a lot in the wider areas. Sits down. Craig Casey still going. Such a strong parry of the ball as Kolisi. And you can't do that, Bandiaki. It's a nice idea. It's a nice idea. But you can't do that. Can't just come over and grab. And you can see hitting himself on the head. He knows he's better than that. Emma Cronin saying, as an Irish supporter, I feel out of place. Nah, not out of place at all. Welcome. Welcome. We are all rugby fans here. You are very much welcome in the chat if you're Irish. Just you will be outnumbered. It's one of those things. That's unlucky. But we are very friendly. We're a friendly bunch, I promise you. Most of the time. Ish. Occasionally. Now we are. So welcome to the community, Emma. Hope that you have subscribed to the channel. If you are new, welcome to the community of shit chatting and stuff. And the Boks, by the way, on the 6 meters out. Bongi Manambi going to the front of the line to Emma Smith. Come on, lads. Nice first early start here. Taking a while for the ball to get going here. Not sure where that ball is. Need to try and get it out. Bongi Manambi, I don't think he's actually got it. This is going to... No, ball's eventually available for Faf de Klerk. Pops up to Quacker Smith. Bounced off one. Now Faf de Klerk going to Franco Mostert. He goes nice and direct. Ball available now. PSF Toy, a bit more of a run-up. Tackled by Josh van der Fleer and Jack Crowley. Options. Jesse Creel, nice and flat. Faf de Klerk delaying the pass to Franco Mostert. Lots of dummy runs at the moment, but Andre Pollard's been running quite a few of them. Now up at scrum off. See Kolisi carrying strong. 5 meters out. Pick up and go here from Peter Steph the Toy. Had to because Joe McCarthy was lurking. Nash taking a while to roll. And Emma picks up and goes. Looking to give it available. Gives it to Faf de Klerk. He then throws a bit of a wild pass. Ty Byrne comes away with it. That's really poor. But then Quacker Smith almost has his hands on that. Diving pass from Peter Omani. Jack Crowley. And it's just absolute chaos. Eventually finds down. That's annoying. You see, that's what I'm saying. We've had really good opportunities. We have had ball in hand. And yeah, it's been frustrating because we haven't capitalized as much as we would like to. it feels like we've really controlled the game. It feels like we've been the better side, but scoreboard only has us 5 points ahead, and I think that's something we're gonna have to really work on because we need to be a bit more accurate when it comes to taking our chances. But not a bad first start to the early half here. Bongi Manambi goes to Franco Master, pops down to Faf de Klerk. Andre Pollard goes to Damon Delendi, goes to Kolisi. Once again in the midfield, they steps inside of Bandiak. He's still going. I'll tell you what, if this is how we're going to use Kolisi, we're about to see... and then he loses the ball forward. No, backwards is the call from Pierce, so no issue there. And then it's forward from Pollard. Penalty, though, for a foot in the ruck. We'll take that. And again, what I'm saying, if we are going to see Kolisi operating in these trams and in the center channels, woo, we're in for some tasty matches coming up because he is such a strong ball carrier. And yeah, he's going to enjoy his new role if that's what his role is going to be. Well, going to some of the comments, saying Sabri Kiwi saying we're rushing things, we need to settle down. Yeah, I think maybe that's not a bad point. Just sort of settle into the half really and get going. And Andre Pollard is going to take the points here. Pollard, that doesn't look particularly good, by the way. That's been hooked. That's a horrible kick from him. That is not good. This is the only way I can say it, really. Poor that from Andre Pollard. Second time he's missed it, actually. We could actually be seeing on 19 points. So, Pollard, who's always Mr. Reliable with the boot, has not been Mr. Reliable so far. But still lots of rugby to play. But again, I'm just getting frustrated at the fact that we are not taking our chances. I mean, a penalty, they're right in front of the poles. It's a poor kick. Franco Moss taking out the air very well. He's had a strong game. Nice strong cave. Remember, Roman Kelly here on the park, by the way. I'm actually not sure I mentioned that. I meant to mention it early. Dan Shen has not emerged. Ebert Etzebeth, there's a rush defense there from Joe McCarthy. Now, back to the pocket. Pollard goes to the boot. Chesn Colby and Jesse Creel circling. Colby goes up, and the ball falls to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel with a space on the outside. Brought down by Jack Crowley and bundled into touch. And he's lost for a high tackle there, Kolisi. I don't think it's going to come from the referee. Right, what are you saying, people in the comments? Jack Krause says that bring Sasha Feinberg and Gomezulu on. HM John says, why do you think the Irish are making a rookie mistake? I think it's just pressure, to be honest. You know, it's a weird... And that, speaking of rookie mistakes, and Quacker Smith has jumped on that ball. Straight through the hands of Joe McCarthy. I mean, yeah, look, the Boks have been good. Irish have been uncharacteristically bad, if you're going to be brutally honest. Pollard, yeah, in the middle of momentum, they're not really on. Just goes himself, not the worst decision. Now Faf de Klerk and wait for things to get back up. Bongi Manambi puts his head down. I mean, things like that. That is an unforced error from Joey McCarthy. Really poor. But I think it's all about pressure. Jesse Creel to Kurt Lawrence, who can't hold on to it. And it'll be a knock on there. I think that's what it is. You know, pressure does strange things. At the end of the day, if you put teams on the back foot, especially teams like Ireland who they haven't been put on the back foot for a long time, if we're going to be brutally honest. Even that New Zealand game, they were never out of it. They were always in the game. In fact, for large periods of the game, they were probably better. And I think that's been the issue tonight. They've been put under so much pressure. They kind of been caught a little bit unaware by the way that the Boks are playing. And I think I think they're rattled, to be perfectly honest. We've got a long ball over the top, and Kalen Doris takes it very well. Sia Kolisi makes the initial hit. Andre Pollard will complete the tackle. Pierce Steph the toy trying to get over that ball. Now, Jamie Osborne got a good left boot. It was picked up by Antonio Stick. He does find touch. So the Boks will have a line out halfway between the 10 meter and the 22. Try on debut for Jamie Osborne, and he needed it because he didn't start particularly well. So that'll be a moment that'll just sort of settle him in. Nice player, Jamie Osborne has really deserved this call up. And oh my goodness me, there it is. We are putting on the bomb squad, boys. It's all coming on. I am seeing Marco van Staden, Arcus Neyman, Salman Murat, Gerard Stennekamp, Vincent Koch, Malcolm Marks. There will be 2 players who will survive this change. My guess is that it'll be Kwaka Smith and Pieter-Steph du Toit. That will be my guess. But we're about to unload the bench with half an hour to go. It is bomb squad time. Faf de Klerk, short to Lindy. That's poor from Creel. Creel losing it forward. And there was 2 knock-ons there, thankfully. Right, bomb squad time. Bomb squad time. Let's see. First mistake. Jesse Cruz had another really good game. That's his first mistake. Good pass there to Damien Delindi. From Damien Delindi, rather. And just so quickly trying to get his hands down to take the ball. Is there a better side in World Rugby than 6 forwards coming on at the same time? I don't think there is. Fight me on that point. Especially when you are trailing. Right, so trying to work out. So there goes Joe McCarthy, by the way. James Ryan Baird on as well to try and counteract the sort of the bomb squad move. But Mark's on before Bongi Manam. So who's remained on? Quacker Smith, as imagined, and I think that's Pieter-Steph du Toit on the other side of the scrum. Yeah, it is. So basically, as we kind of expected it. So there it is, brand new pack. And they've done the job, the starting. Now it's about what can they now take a step forward. No, Creel's having a very good game. He just knocked the ball on. That's the first thing he's done wrong. He's carried strong. He's made tackles. How do you watch the game obviously and say Creel's not having a good game? You know that try we scored? He played a pretty big role in it. HJ saying, why do they call in the bomb squad and do they change their team to get fresh legs in the game? Yeah, basically it's exactly that. So it all started back in 2019 when we started using the 6-2 split a lot, which wasn't the first time. We weren't the first team ever to use it, by the way. But we use it in such a way, putting on the entire sort of pack at the same time, basically, to try and give us that boost. And then basically, like, those players themselves, it was basically the same 8 players the entire time. Frans Steyn, for example, and Grant Williams. I'm not Grant Williams. Hershey Yankees was the scrum up, and then obviously the 6 forwards. And they're kind of like, in a way of trying to sort of hype themselves up and kind of create a bit of a culture about them coming on, they then kind of became known as the bomb squad. They started calling themselves the bomb squad, and then it kind of just stuck really. So now that's kind of basically every single time the South Africans name a 6-2 split, then it's been known as the bomb squad. And the first thing they're going to do is concede a penalty. So not the start we would have liked to have had. Well, Jesse Creel's only missed 2 tackles the entire game, and one of them was in the first half. So many tackles in this half is not quite correct because he's only missed 1 statistically. Yeah, I don't think he's had a bad game at all. Casey back on the inside to Ronan Keller here. It's a big hit there coming from Faf de Klerk. Now towards Jack Christ, steps inside and Tyke Byrne loses the forward. Malcolm Marks pops up for Andre Pollard. He goes to Damien Delin. Damien to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel running into some space. Jesse Creel. That's a big carry from him. Pops it up to Pieter-Steph du Toit. Bit of space there for Pieter-Steph du Toit. Andrew Porter completes the tackle. Damien Delindi there. Chicken wing pass to Malcolm Marks. Nice strong carry from him. Quick ball now, Faf de Klerk. Popping it up to Damien Delindi. Throws it to 100 Pollard. Pollard now going to Villeroux. Space. Villaroo throws it flat to Cheslin Colby. Good momentum this now for the Springboks. 5 meters shy of the 22. Back towards Kurt Dennekamp. Now it's nice and short to Malcolm Marks from Pollard. Sal Murat arriving. Faf de Klerk. David Linear, first receiver. Goes to Marco van Staden. Now, Salman Murat, his first carry. Big hit on him, coming from James Ryan. Ball available now for Faf de Klerk. Bit of momentum being lost. We go into our 8th phase. Marco van Staden puts his head down. Nice carry from him. Faf de Klerk now going to... Name pops up to Stedecup, playing at home. His first real big involvement. I think, he had about 10 or 15 minutes off over in Argentina. His first time playing for the Boks in South Africa at his home stadium. Neyman getting those hands free as he always does. But Josh van der Fleer is about to say, in getting his hands free, he presented it for Josh van der Fleer, who has made the turnover. Now Craig Casey kicks in behind him. We're going to have to retreat here. And the ball's going to just run out. That's a great kick from Craig Casey. It must be said. He's gotten found touch just shy of 22. That's proper. Patrick Irwin saying, I'm surprised that we're staying so close to you. Our team is starting to look a bit stale. Yeah, we're just not taking our chances, are we? I think that's the big problem. And Maxwell saying, I'm a fan, but disagree with all the pundits who abuse the bomb squad. Anyone can do it, but no one does it better than the Boks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any good rugby fan can realize it. First of all, it's not that deep. It's not that big of a deal. There goes Andrew Porter, by the way. And the way he's walking, I think he's done a wrist injury here. Which, if it's the case, that he's completely cut something over there. That looks very, very ugly from Andrew Porter. So Kian Healy and all his experience will come on. Let's have a look at the subs here, and I've lost my team sheet. Kian Healy, what a career he's had, and Arcus Neyman, that's a horrible Arcus Neyman. Not a bad ball in from Boks. So turnover boy from Ireland. Bit of inaccuracy creeping in now from the Boks recently. Josh van der Fleer, we've barely seen him carry today, but that ball switched to the side. They'll go back from the initial knock on by Arcus Neyman and have a scrum just outside the 22. Interesting to see how this scrum goes. No Andrew Porter, so first scrum here for Kian Healy. That's pretty poor though from Marcus Neyman. Should never be dropping the ball like that. Right, so Gary Ringrose is on. Kieran Frawley is on, as is Ryan Baird and James Wright, and then Ronnie Kelleher on as well as Kian Healy. So Jamie Osborne has made way. So Frawley will go to full back, and Robbie Henshaw is off. He came off at half time. So Gary Ringrose is in an outside centre. Jack Cosgrave saying, Jesse Creel can move. Rare to see him in open space like that. Yeah, I think, that try he scored against Wales last year, I think everybody suddenly went, oh shit, this guy's got wheels. He does the wheels. I mean, he can play on the wing for good reason. He's got some proper pace when he wants to. Right, big scrum needed, yeah. Pretty good hit from the Boks. Craig Casey. Now the ball comes in and comes straight back out to Caelan Doris. Slips the tackle of Andre Pollard. Peter Steph the toy there to cover. Craig Casey goes to Ty Byrne. Wrap around here from Crowley. Crowley wants to go himself. Jesse Creel makes a good tackle. Good momentum this from Ireland. Craig Casey goes short to Caelan Doris. Penalty. Thank you very much. And it's Malcolm Marks over the ball. Is there a better sight in world rugby? No. No, there's not. You just see, there's just certain things that are given. You see the referee do this, and you see a South African head pop up with the ball, and that man is Malcolm Marks. It's just like one of the Newton's laws is that when Malcolm Marks goes into a ruck, he comes out with the ball. That's just how it works. So good over the ball. Quagga Smith there. He'll be a fan of the work. The most turnovers per minute last year of anyone in the world. Quagga Smith last year. Those two played a bit of rugby together for a certain team called the Lions. Yeah, it is officially 25 minutes left on the clock. I can actually add a bigger clock. I actually wanted to do that at half time. So let me sort that out as well. Puff de Klerk caught in the ball by Tyburn, pops it up, and it's popped back from Casey, but Salman Murat is there. There is a knock-on advantage. No advantage now. And that's really done well by Currie Orange, so he's won the ball back after the kick ahead. I'm just going to add a bit of a different second clock on the screen so you guys can see exactly what the time is. So just bear with me as Colby goes down the right-hand side. Good work there. Ball available into the half here. Good work, this. All right, there we go. 57 minutes so far. Currie Cup carrying it up in front of the Loftus faithful where he plays his club rugby for the Bulls. Almost through there, Salman Murat, Puff de Klerk. Good intensity here. Billy Roo now looking for options. Pops up to Quagga Smith, who goes direct, almost through the middle of Calvin Nash and Craig Casey. Ball available here for de Klerk. Pops it up for Archie Snyman. Pops it up for Marco van Staden. Flat there from Puff de Klerk to Gerard Stellenkamp. Now popping up, and no one's there. Salman Murat is there. And he throws a bit of a 50 pass to Billy Roo. Taps it apart and eventually it forces Jesse Creel, who handles it pretty well. Bit of backward ball, bit of pressure here. Ball available for Billy Leroux. And needs a bit of support here. And that ball's coming on the iron side. In space there for James Lowe's got a lot of pace. Malcolm Moss can't catch him. 100 points going to come across the side. 100 points, that's awful. And James Lowe's going to go over. How have we done that? How have we done that? And this is what I've been saying. Is that for all we've got the dominance, then our level. That's so frustrating. Talk about against the run of play. Pull-up being handled off like that's pretty disrespectful, to be honest. Right, big kick this year. Ooh, we're having a look here. I have no idea what, but we're having a look. Come on, come on, come on. Well, they gotta check something. I don't know what they're checking. Okay, so looking at the man who kicks it, saying that the player that kicks the ball is lying on the ground when he does so. So, Bandiaki there is off his feet there. And then Billy Leroux tries to get involved here. Who kicks this ball back? I don't know who kicks that back, to be fair. So they're talking about raking the ball back. I'm not entirely sure which boot it is. We actually have to go back and look at like the boot manufacturer. Pierce Left the Toy, by the way, has taken over the captaincy. It's going to be disallowed. Come on! Woo! Woo! Well, that's hopefully a bit of a scare. You know, a bit of a jump scare for the Boks because, yeah, I mean, for all that we've been dominant, as I keep saying, 5 points in the game. The try is disallowed, thank the Pope. And we do survive. I'm going to sneak myself another beer in the meantime. Yeah, that was close. That was close. So, Ireland have been penalised for raking the ball backwards on the ground. It's actually interesting because we've seen a lot of players penalised. Oh, here we go. Grant Williams onto the park. We're about to see pace on pace on pace. Which means the only player remaining on the bench is Sasha Montgomery. We will see him, I'd imagine, about the 70 mark. Right, so from a try to a penalty, so from being level, the Boss could actually go 8 points ahead. Not kicked well tonight as Andre Pollard actually missed 2 pretty easy ones, and he actually just missed the tackle there for that try. So, yeah, fun away with that one. Hopefully that's a bit of a... Yours bad. That's bad, Mr. Andre. Right. Well, that's not a good kick from Andre Pollard, and the chat's tearing him apart. There's going to be a lot of... I reckon I go on Twitter right now. I'm going to see a lot of Sasha Montgomery chat happening. Arcus name at the restart there. Quaka Smith bouncing off Bandiaki, and then I tell you, Tiger does so well. He goes and steals that ball. So just losing a couple of small battles here. Frawley onto the park. Goes to that torpedo, and Pollard goes back to Villaroo. He points to the sky. That's not gone particularly far from Villaroo. He's going to go and contest himself. Ball comes backwards. Bandiaki's going to go... Oh, the video's actually kicked it ahead to Jack Crowley, to Tyke Farrell, and Malcolm Marks is through. Malcolm Marks sends them going backwards. Big counter ruck coming from the box, but well repelled by Ireland. Now on the right-hand side of Bandiaki. Bit of space there for Frawley. Quacker Smith on him as well as Currie Orenser. Now Craig Casey goes to Tyke Furlong. Need to find points here, lads. And Calvin Nash giving chase. Billy LaRue plucks it out of the sky. It's a good take from him. Grant Williams taking his time. Goes short to Gerard Stennekamp. And James Ryan was up quickly. Now Grant Williams going to go back to the box kick. Kieran Foy takes it well out the air. Craig Casey, ball available. Ireland on their own team line. That's a nice big tackle coming from Gerard Stennekamp on Roden Keller here. Back to Crowley. Crowley taking a bit of time. Eventually goes to the boots. It'll be Andre Pollard underneath this. No contest on him. Goes over Crowley, who makes a good tackle. Ball available for Grant Williams. Bit of a tactical arm wrestle at the moment. Vincent Koch puts his head down. Grant Williams now goes back to the boot. Willie LaRue's there. And he goes to the left boot. And Chesney Colby's going to give chase here. It's a good take that from James Lowe. Ireland back with the ball on the 10-meter line. And we're just seeing those teams just trade blows at the moment. Now, bit of space there. Craig Casey's gone to the boot. And Willie LaRue, that could be a 50-22. I think it is a 50-22, you know. It is a 50-22. That's a great kick from Craig Casey. Not the first time we've seen that. By the way, here comes Andrew Porter. I wasn't sure we were going to see him again. Looked like he had a nasty cut on his hand, and he comes back on. Well strapped on. And here comes Finlay Beelum as well. Cian Healy will have some more time to rest before he comes back on a bit later. Tyke Furlong will be replaced here. Right, line-out cheer for Ronan Kelleher. Go to the front of the line-out. Good take. Messi ball here. Pops up to Craig Casey. Craig Casey fires to James Lowe. Goes to Bundyaki. Good tackle on Bundyaki. There's been almost 28 minutes since we've had any change in the score here. Kelleher thought about the pass. Held on to it. Point advantage now over. Another knock on forward. Eventually, surely it's gone forward. Eventually, yeah, it's a knock on. Yeah, it is a knock on. Oh, yeah. HJ McDonald said, you do have bad kicking days. You can't blame all those. Some of his kicks have been disgusting and they should be up 8, not 5. Craig Casey, by the way, is down on the side. That doesn't look good from Craig Casey. Not sure what's happened, but that will be the end of his game, I think. His eyes are open, but looks very, very groggy. I'm not entirely sure. I think I missed it. I missed it. The hit here. Two base for life saying Quokka's playing like a machine. Let JC kick. It will be 5 for Chesney here. So let's see who from Craig Casey. It's Whiplash. It's Whiplash there from Craig Casey. There's nothing illegal there, so Arcus Neyman completes the tackle on him. And yeah, it's the Whiplash. He's out cold as Craig Casey. That looks really, really bad for him. Man, that's so disappointing. I mean, that'll be him out for the tour. I'm such a big Craig Casey fan. I really want him to do well. So they've had a check, and there's nothing illegal in it. Just finishing the tackle there was Arcus Neyman. So it will be a South African scrum when we do restart. But I'm gutted with Craig Casey because I think he's had he's had another really strong domestic season. Having a look at Jesse Creel's day today, I think he's had a great game personally. In fact, I think it's one of the best games I've seen. You know what the weird thing is about today is we've seen Jesse Creel on the attack. In the last sort of year, we've seen we've seen the highest Jesse Creel we've seen his incredible defense, and he has been really good at his defense. Today, we've seen Jesse Creel with the ball in hand. This is the 2015 Jesse Creel, by the way. Also, something very, very interesting about Jesse Creel is that he has played in 3 World Cups and he is just 30 years old. How's that? Made his Springbok debut in 2015, 9 years ago, as a 21-year-old. Has won a World Cup bronze and 2 World Cup golds. Has played 67 times for South Africa. What a player. What a player. Hey Bruce saying Ireland tricky at the scrum, had positive scrum outcome without really scrumming. Yeah, I think that's probably been the big worry. Don Human's going to be the one under the microscope the next week from the Springbok coaching staff, saying, "Hey, listen, we got to get our scrums working here." Looking at PS Depth Toy, what's been so interesting is seeing where PS Depth Toy and Sia Kolisi have operated. They've been involved in the back line, and that's going to be an interesting thing. Yeah, Seth Q making a very good point. He was part of that. Obviously, played for the SA under 20 as well. I think I'm trying to remember if he played in the season where we won. I think it was just after that. I think he played 2013 and 14 when he played SA under 20. He was part of the SA Schools League in 2012. So I think he missed that under 20 championship winning side by a year. But yeah, I mean, what a career he's had, and so good to see he's finally getting the plaudits. He's one of the nicest guys, by the way. If you've ever had the privilege of meeting him, really, really down to earth, very nice guy, and very humble as well. So 100 Pollard now barking out some instructions. Going to some of the comments, Anime says pathetic, Bocker, pathetic. Weird. I mean, not been phenomenal. Could be better. We are currently leading. See Kolisi looking at what a game he had. Very interested to see how Tony Brown's looking to use him. Tony Brown talked about the fact that he wanted to see space differently. That's the thing. He said he wants to teach the players and help the players identify space and use that space. And we've definitely seen a lot of that today. We've definitely seen a whole different sort of way that we look at the space in and around the park. And I think that's been a very nice change. So, yeah, lots of work to do, I think. But progress. I think progress. And again, it's when you do change so much, and we've definitely changed a lot. There's always going to be some hiccups. There's always going to be some teething pains, some growth pains, and I think we've seen that today. But we are definitely trying a different style of rugby. Definitely a lot more positive. So positive signs, but we've got to get over the line. We've got 17 minutes here remaining. Taking our time, obviously, Craig Casey, the injury for him doesn't look good at all. So, yeah, fingers crossed, nothing too serious, and I'm absolutely gutted for him. Hey, Bruce saying these long stoppages really in Ireland's favour. Yeah, well, to be fair, like Craig Casey's not in a good state, so yeah, not really planned. Brendan Williams said that this is the try is going to be a theme this weekend on social media. Well, let's wait and see. We'll have to have a look at it over here. Craig Casey is up. He's on a bit of oxygen. He's on the golf cart and he makes way. So he gives the thumbs up to the stadium, which is good to see. So that's positive from him. We wish him all the best. As I said, I'm a huge Craig Casey fan. I spoke a little bit of him a lot in the week about how he is the closest thing they've got to a Jamison Gibson Park, for example. And I think he was going to get a decent run here in this series. I think he would have started both games. But I'll tell you what, the nice thing for Ireland is that you are bringing on a test match centurion in the form of Conor Murray. So plenty of experience coming off the bench now. British and Irish Lion capped. Been there, done that many a time as Conor Murray. Calm head on his shoulders. As Stivehouse saying, shame, this is quite sad. It is quite sad. You never nice to see a player leaving in that kind of situation. Right, so the timer is going to be, hopefully, will update now. It is not 71 minutes, it's 63.5 minutes. So that'll update very shortly, I hope so. But I'll keep you updated with what the story is there. By the way, big thank you for guests, 69,000. The next journey, now less than 1,000 away from 70,000. So if you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. Let's try and see how close we can get to that 70,000. Massive scrum penalty. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, big scrum that, especially because I had a lot of pressure. So, yeah, there's 60 minutes left. The clock on screen will update hopefully very soon. It is a data feed, so I can try and fix it in a second. We don't find touch, but Currie has kicked it ahead. Jason Colvin, the Colvin's going to go over. Well, we scored. I don't even know what to say. We've scored. Out of nowhere. In fact, out of a mistake, we have scored. Condre Pollard was looking for as much touch as he could possibly find. In doing so, he didn't find touch. And I look up for a second, and I see a scrum cap. Initially, I thought it was Currie and say it is Cheslin Colby. But look at this. Just doesn't find touch. And then Colby's there to just kick it ahead. And there's nobody home. And over he goes. I tell you what, you talk about, you look at that charge down, for example, and he talks about the fact that you don't let anything go. So you look at this. James Lowe's trying to keep this in play. He's actually done so very well. Oh, has he? Has he? They might actually be saved here. If his foot is on the ground... Oh, I tell you, this is close. I tell you, this is close. I think we're actually okay here. So on-field decision to try. You are going to have a check here. I think this is going to be close, to be honest. I think it's going to be very, very close. Right, so he goes up, and he's over the touchline, but he's in the air here, James Lowe. He's trying to throw it back, and that right foot hits the ground there. Oh, it's close. From that angle, it looks like he's got rid of the ball. It's this angle now from behind. We're going frame by frame. Ball's in the hand, foot's up, balls. It's so difficult to see if it's the ball's still in his hand over there. I think this is going to stick on his field. You see, the problem is you can't see from this angle. You can't see when that ball leaves his hand because it's behind his body. From the reverse angle, you can see the ball and his hand, but because his hand's behind the ball, you don't actually see if his hand's touching the ball when that boot goes down. So I think this is going to be awarded. I think it is in. I think the ball has left his hand by the time that right foot does make contact with the ground. On-field decision by Pierce was try as well. Now this could, and this angle doesn't have it at all. It just all that we see from this angle is Cheslin Kolbe kicking the ball ahead. And try is going to be awarded. Thank you very much, Cheslin Kolbe, you absolute biscuit. And James Lowe, it's a frustrating moment for him. In trying to keep the ball alive and do something good, he's actually just given a try assist to Cheslin Kolbe. Well, P. Scott reckons it's clearly in touch, so he must have different angles. I don't think it's clear at all, to be honest. I think that he said that his decision, on-field decision, is try, and so they have to find conclusive evidence, and I don't think there is conclusive evidence that he was out over there. Right, Pollard is 3 from 6, so 50%. Not kicked particularly well tonight. Let's see if he can make amends for that. That's looking much better from Andre Pollard. It is through the middle. Thank you very much. As Safri Kiwi says, Kolbe chasing down our lost causes and scoring tries. 20 points to 8. That should hopefully be the game wrapped up. 21 points to 8 with about 10 minutes left. That clock is a bit wrong here. I was actually halfway through sorting out a different one. So stand by for that. And Cheslin Kolbe once again showing that you work hard. That's how you keep that jersey. You work hard. You never give it up for anything. And that is the official time, by the way. There we go. Got a bit of a different timer for you. Oop, wait. Just trying to sort out. There we go. Right, so it's not into touch. It will be an island line out here, by the way. I was just sorting out our new clock to make sure that we are right because the other one is slightly wrong. So, yeah, 13 minutes left in the game. It is a 12-point deficit, which, by the way, I said box by 12. It needs to end like this. If it ends like this, I'm pretty sure Dan said he'd actually give up the bet. PSF Toy goes to Cheslin Kolbe. Nice steal that from the box, but Cheslin Kolbe's put that in touch on the pool. Not great. Not great. If this ends up being a 12-point game and I call it, I'll tell you what, just I'm going to retire as a pundit. I'm officially going into sports betting and I'm going to make my millions. Because I said box by 12 in the official preview. You can go check it out. So if it is actually box by 12, it'll be wild. Good line, that much better line from Ireland. And Conor Murray goes to Jack Crowley. Crowley inside to James Lowe. And Mark Verstappen has tackled the wrong person there, but nothing there from Pierce. Ronan Keller here. Driven back by Quacker Smith. Now Doris. Sorry, that's James Ryan, actually, who takes it over. They've all got the same bloody scrum cap. Well, that's not a great pass. Maniaki's going to have to cut back and collect, and Grant Williams is all over him. And a penalty from diving on the ground there from Grant Williams. Oh, yeah, we've got some afters at the moment. Not sure who's getting involved here. Malcolm Aston seems to be involved. Salman Murat's involved. As always, Andrew Porter's involved. Jesse Creel's coming to be the piece operator. Malcolm Marks is busy there asking what schools everybody went to. Arceus Neyman's asking who wants his haircut. Billy LaRue's come through. He's asking Conor Murray for some options for retirement homes over in Ireland, saying he's in the market. The stadium noise Bach decibel ometer. Interesting. Is apparently peaked at 114 decibels. Fun fact for the day. No idea what we're supposed to do with that kind of information, but you got it, so use it. Use it wisely. Need a bit of break and play here. Right, Ireland. Just over 10 minutes left on the clock. And BITDEFENDER gets in front and wins the line-out. Comes back to Cheslin Colby, who, yes, puts his head down and dives into a bunch of green forwards. Ball will eventually be available here for Grant Williams, who's digging deep. And pops up to Vincent Koch. And that's an important win that from BITDEFENDER. He's currently the captain, on-field captain at the moment, is BITDEFENDER. Grant Williams moving towards the back. He's going to go to the butcher. Goes back to Andre Pollard. That's not the best kick, I think, from Andre Pollard. Jonathan says, wouldn't mind a little creative brilliance in the SA backline. Like if Lakanya was in the mix, don't you agree? Just so that I can get a sense of what it means to expect the unexpected. To be fair, I think we've been pretty unexpected today. I don't think too many people would have expected us to have operated the way we did. So I do think that we're definitely adding to our attack and the variance of our attack. I mean, I think Lakanya will be very interesting to see how he plays under Tony Brown. I think we'll probably see him against Portugal. And penalty there for not rolling to get Markov and starting. Yeah, just drop here, boys. We've got 10 minutes left, boys. 10 minutes left. Right, and go to the corner here to Jack Crowley. Ireland running out of time here. Less than 10 minutes. 9 minutes on the clock here. Right, so just a reminder, I'm actually going to put them out now, the player ratings. You guys can start voting on them. So basically what we do is we do a player rating show, which will start immediately after the stream, by the way, so you can come and join me over there. And basically, yeah, so what we do is we go and we rate every single player between, give them the rating of between 1 and 10. So I'm going to drop that in the comments. Bucky going to Crowley, and Currie Forley's left that behind. And Kurt Lawrence has jumped on it, but there was a penalty advantage. I think it's actually a free kick. So it's numbers. Yeah, that's terrible. To be flipping the Canadian numbers free kick is amateur hour. Right, so that is the link over there. Go and rate the players. Give them a rating between 1 and 10, and then come and join me on the player rating show, which will start immediately after this. Basically, what will happen, the first 5 or so minutes of that show will be a wrap-up, a review of the game, and then we'll get into the player ratings. And, yeah, we also then nominate a man of the match, and... yeah, we give out, looking for I'm starting the move there, but Josh Van der Fleer breaks away from it, and Marco Starner makes a good tackle. Big counter-attack. Conor Murray just throws it up and plucked out of the air by Ryan Baird. That's a nice carry, actually, from Ryan Baird. He's been pretty good since coming on. Who's been my player of the match so far? Another penalty advantage here. Andrew Porter goes. Time running down. Don't mind the fact that we continuously playing. Malcolm Marks all over that ball. Another penalty advantage here from Pierce. Crowley popping up to Kalen Doris. My player of the match. We'll talk about that in a minute. Josh Van der Fleer picking up and going on the left-hand side. Back inside here from Conor Murray to Finlay Beelum. Andrew Porter eating up a lot of time. 10 phases so far here from Ireland. Good defense so far from the box. Bundy Aki. Strong carry from him. Conor Murray. Focus up to to Jack Crowley. And Currie answers on him quickly. Lost a bit of momentum here. Conor Murray goes to the cross kick, which is charged down. Eventually, they'll go back for the penalty. We might actually see, we're going to see a yellow card here. Just to make things interesting. Oh, goodness me. Too many penalties there, and it's against Kurt Lawrence. And Kurt Lawrence will make way. Right, the box will finish with 14 men in the last 6.5 or so minutes. Right, here comes Kian Healy to get his standard 7 minutes. When was the last time we wore green strip against Ireland? I actually couldn't tell you. I don't think I've ever watched this. Here comes Sacha Fa'amugoma-Zulu, by the way, replacing Andre Pollard for the final 6 and a bit minutes. For the first time in front of a South African crowd, Sacha Fa'amugoma-Zulu takes to the field, and Andre Pollard makes way. Not the best day with boot in hand, but not bad. Yeah, a couple of slip tackles. Not his best performance, if we're going to be brutally honest, for Andre Pollard. Not that we need to worry. We all know his pedigree. Now pick up and go here from Ronan Kelleher. Doris just short, although Doris has reached over. Has he got grounding? Held up. Held up. Fantastic. We'll take that. Thank you very much. So they want to have a check here. On-field decision is no try. Not sure what's going on. Yeah, why have we suddenly got an ad board there? Very confused. Yeah, sorry. Adjust. So after this game, by the way, in about 6 minutes' time, as mentioned, so there is a player ratings show, which happens immediately after the game. This redirects you to there, so you don't have to do anything. And I'll be live there immediately, and you can come and join me. And basically, as I mentioned, we're going to go through every single team. We're going to go one. Oh, thank you for the Euro score, by the way. Zero connection, clutching up here. England playing Switzerland. My boys, England, currently half time. Actually, I thought I was actually on there. I've gone to a back three, by the way. Interesting decision that from England. Kobe Maney starting, my boy. Sorry, I'll get back to the rugby. Gonna wrap that up and then go watch a bit of Euros later. Jack Cosgrave saying too little too late if we do go over. And HJ McDonald. Now, to be fair, I wouldn't mind a bit of a Euros chicken. But a deep restart there from the goal line dropout and all the way up towards the 10-meter line. So just over five minutes that we have to play. Oh my goodness, Ronan Kelleher has made a break. Gives it left to Conor Murray. Conor Murray's going to go over. Oh my goodness, this game might yet have some life in it. Ireland score. That's really, really poor, it must be said. When with 5 minutes left, we could have some late drama. Oh, goodness me. That's just the last. I was feeling so comfortable. Wasn't worried. Crowley adds the extras, and now I'm going to have a 5-minute, like, stress session. Fantastic. You know, just what I need in my life. It was actually really good work there, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, you can be angry as much as you like, but it's a great try. Right, 15 points to 20. It goes back to 5. You know, it's just because I wanted to get my prediction right. That's a deep restart. And James Lowe has knocked it backwards and then knocked it forward. Thank you very much. And then it's been charged down. It'll be a 5-meter scrum. James Lowe, you beauty. Things you love to see. Sacha Gomezulu pumping that downfield. James Lowe getting it awfully wrong, knocking it backwards, then trying to make up for his mistake, then knocking it forward. Well, that's a big moment in the game, that, to be fair. A huge moment in the game. 3.5 minutes left. That's a good question. I'm not sure why the score hasn't changed. It is 20 points to 15. It's been working the entire blooming game, and now it decides not to work. There it is. I was about to add up the manual score. Right, so scrum here for the Boks. Nice penalty would be really, really nice here. Big scrum, huge scrum, massive scrum, all the way. Could be penalty try. We're going to score. Penalty try. Back to 12 points. Come on. Yes, man. Gaten approves. It's Gaten approved. Anything that's Gaten approved, that's going to be my new saying. It has to be Gaten approved. And that's what the bomb squad does. People ask what the bomb squad does. That's what the bomb squad does. And well, they won the ball back from the kickoff. And it's a yellow card, by the way, to Ronan Keller here. Obviously, the penalty try is always a yellow card, so I'll just update that and add one to Ireland as well. Now, give me 2 seconds. There it is. So both teams currently playing with 14 men. Ireland on the attack here. 90 seconds left on the clock. No, don't let them score. I need my prediction to be right. James Lowe's outside the 22. Fama Gomezulu needs to make the tackle. Oh, they're all going to score. You buggers are messing on my predictions, man. I mean, this game's just falling apart. How do we have, like, the close... I mean, it was 13-8 until, what, about the 60-something minute? And now it is going to be 20 points to 27, potentially 22 to 27. And this is just chaos. PSF Troy trying to get on the bounce there. Chesney Colby has to make this tackle. That's the point. Chesney Colby misses the tackle. Sash Farmer Gomezulu has to complete it. And then Grant Williams slips. And in the corner goes Ryan Baird. And he's going to have to drop kick that as Crowley. He almost got it, you know. Well, that was actually very important because now Ireland officially can't win it. They can only draw it. And Crowley, the ball actually falling off the tee is actually very, very significant. Chesney Colby's getting a bit of attention here. That's not a good... I mean, that's the last thing we need. Just as the game's about to wrap up, the last thing we need is a Chesney Colby injury. And the Gomezulu is going to go very, very deep here once again, I'm sure. And there it is. Clock goes red. We officially can't lose. We could still draw this game, but Ireland are going to have to go end to end, and that is going to be the case. We're currently playing 14 on 14 here. It is 27 points, 20. It will update in a second. knock on. Thank you very much. Right, that is the game wrapped up. People, thank you very much for joining me. It's been an absolute honor and a privilege. And we are going to move into our player rating show basically immediately, so we'll be live in the next minute or two. Come and join us on that show. It's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, thank you very much for joining me. Smash like on the video, people. That was a lot of fun. And the content doesn't stop there. We will have the press conference up a bit later as well. So make sure you come and be patient for that. That's going to come a bit later. But smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and we'll see you guys very, very shortly.